Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so I want to know if I wish I had I'm at work right now, so I ain't got my scripture in front of me. But it's somewhere in there. It says like the men gonna have the spirit of David or something like are Israelites, I should say, gonna participate in his vengeance?
Absolutely. The children of the saints. The children of the saints will.
Yeah.
He probably already know about it.
Yeah, the children of the saints will. But you got to remember, who put the heathen upon us?
Yahweh, that's all him.
All right, then. So doesn't it make all the sense in the world for Yahweh to say vengeance belongs to him?
Yeah.
Right.
But we stepping beyond our bounds. We saying, damn what Yahweh said, vengeance belongs to me. Get out my neighborhood. Quit treating me like this. Quit this, that, and another. No, vengeance belongs to Yah. History teach that there has been over 500 rebellions. Do y'all know our record in the fight?
But at what time?
Oh, and 500.
500.
There you go.
Vengeance belongs to Yahweh, not me and you. We're going to get ourselves killed.
Oh, yeah.
And that is the greatest gift that man has, is life. So you about to give up your life. Oh, man.
Prematurely.
Why you think the Almighty said pray for the peace of the city? Because I'm the one going to take care of them.
Oh, yeah.
But y'all going to raise up.
And it's, but Brother Samuel, I'm seeing this guy, family members turning on one another too, spreading fear and panic and all types of stuff, man. It's a trip, man.
That's been going on, man.
Absolutely.
Folks start getting put out.
I didn't hear the last part.
I said folks finna start getting put out. People finna start putting their family out. You can't stay here. I can't help you. The government can't help you. I can't help you.
Yeah, I'm glad it's kind of slow where you at in Chicago, but that's been going on.
Right.
And a lot of it got to do with our belief. A lot of it got to do with religion. If you ain't no Christian, you be surprised how your mama and your grandmama and your aunts and your brothers and your sisters and your uncles feel about you if you ain't under the same belief. Think about what Yahweh said to Abraham. Didn't Yahweh tell Abraham to leave his house?
Right.
All right, then. All right. So that lets you know that the mindset of it lets you know that the mindset of the family got to be in one accord. If it's not in one accord, then we're gonna tear each other apart because of what we believe.
Woo, man, I'm ready for the lesson, brother. Man, come on, let's do it.
Yeah, they love themselves some Jesus.
Hitting hot points right now. My whole weekend I've been dealing with that, sir. Just bad. You know, my
Absolutely.
wife, her family are Jehovah's Witnesses, so she get the short end of the stick, no doubt, man. It's sad, man. It's sad. This girl that had no heat. She had no heat in her apartment. Not one person tried to help. Not one person. But it's all good, man. Because I fear Yahweh and I depart from evil, sir. So she in my house right now, warm and well, with my son. You feel me?
Hallelujah.
Crazy.
Almighty mercy endures forever.
Hallelujah. They say he gonna be merciful towards those who merciful. He say he gonna be what it say, brother? He gonna be mad with those people, them unmerciful people, these family members. They don't realize what they have coming. You know, it's crazy, man.
Well, whatever they have coming is gonna be in their life, in their lifetime. He ain't talking about something that's gonna happen after we get out of this captivity. No, the captivity denotes all the things that we crying about today. Don't forget what it said, how the young, delicate man will be and how the young, delicate, tender woman will be, how they will be against their husband, their brother, their sister, even their own children. So that's all part of the curse. So we understand it, and we crying about that right now.
Right.
So you get what I'm saying is you get punished or you get afflicted by it while you are living right now. When this is over with, when Yahweh display his vengeance, all that is gone. When Yahweh display his vengeance, all that is gone. Because we're going to be cleaned up from all that mess. But until Yahweh's vengeance, we suffer all the things that we are crying about today. And we find those things written in Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28. It was a sister trying to get a couple words in. Go ahead, sister. Sorry about that. Hello?
Was that me?
I don't know. You know who y'all know who was trying to talk. Go ahead, talk.
I didn't hear the other person when she spoke, so I'm assuming that I came after she. So I'll wait. Praise God.
Well, I just wanted to mention, Johannia. Good afternoon, everybody. I was just wondering if everybody was checking out what was going on in Africa with that new leader. What's his name again? Abraham Toure. How he's really shaking up some stuff. And a lot of people have been coming against the brother, but I feel that Yah is really protecting him because there's a lot of stuff that's going on over there. And here recently, was that today or was that a couple of days ago, when he was talking about the real biblical Israelites? I don't know if y'all heard about it or y'all seen it on YouTube.
No, I haven't heard anything about it, but you said what he said about the real Israelite?
He was just bringing some information out and whether or not people is going to accept it or not. And I actually sent it to you. I sent it to you a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
We the heading is "We will serve the Black Biblical Israelites." A global, what was that? A global what? A global. Anyway, I just sent it to you like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Global reckoning.
Okay.
And I'm saying a lot of things is going on, and this man is shaking up a lot of things. And right now, what he's doing is he's meeting with a lot of the other African countries to bring, for them to unite. And another thing he's talking about doing is making one currency for Africa. So there's a lot of things that's going on right now that's just totally unbelievable. And I'm just like wondering, like, is Yah putting his spirit on this brother to do some things that ain't never been done before? Who knows? Only Yah knows. I was just wanting to know if you heard about it, but you said you didn't, but I shared it with you.
No, I would check it out.
Okay.
But I haven't heard about that. But a question come to my mind, especially for a lot of the Israelites that believe that we ain't from Africa or we ain't Africans. I don't know how that really applies to us. Because a lot of people go around talking about the Africans like they ain't even us. So it really don't make no difference what's going on over in Africa.
Well, that to me don't make sense, but our people don't. Well, I'm not even gonna comment on that. I'm gonna be good today.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, because I know how a lot of people speak about Africans. 1 minute they speak favorable toward, next minute they ain't even us, so. But based on what the man is doing, I can't really speak on it because I haven't listened to the video that you sent me yet, so I don't know what he actually doing or what he's saying. But ain't nothing gonna happen other than what Yahweh want to happen though.
Right. Come on.
And we going to be saved out of America and all that first. They going to come to us. We are the Israelites.
Right. But some of our people are still on the continent, though.
Yeah, we scattered on the four corners of the earth.
Right.
I've been taught that. We all over. But we got people teaching that the people over in Africa ain't us. That's all I'm saying. I know where we at. We on the four corners of the earth. Africa is one of those corners.
Yeah, we all in Asia, Europe.
Yes, sir. We all over the earth.
Everywhere. Four corners. And Brother Sam, I remember one thing that's written, it said our enemies gonna come at us one way and we gonna be scattered 7 ways. It's like that's 8 ways of the compass. 8 directions. That's everywhere. You're gonna be scattered everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 4 corners of the earth. So I thank y'all. I thank y'all for your comments. I just wanted to touch the waters, see how everybody's feeling, try to get your temperature, because I know lately there's been a lot of crying. I'm here in Cincinnati, Ohio. A couple of days ago, we had it was a small group, looked like about 15 white boys that called themselves neo-Nazis. And a black neighborhood that was close to the white boys' meetings, they felt the way, and they came out and spoke against the Nazis, the 15 Nazis. And I thought that they was nitpicking. And the reason why I said I thought they was nitpicking, because that was just 15 Nazis, when the system that you under is a system of racism. So why get up today and say, well, hold on, I just seen a Klansman down at the corner store. So what? You seen him at your job. You see him at your school. You see him every day. But today, you're going to get in your feelings and say, well, I seen one at the corner store. I seen one in the neighborhood. They that forget history shall repeat it. And those that are crying more than likely have forgotten history. And all they're doing, and all it's doing, is repeating itself. We are not saved based on this freedom of religion and based on freedom of speech. It has thrown us in a delusional mindset. We think we are more than what we are. You are still a servant, and you are still being afflicted, and you still need to be saved out of it.
Oh, God.
So today's presentation is going to be called Vengeance Belongs to Yahweh, and we're going to show the world what Yahweh has said and why vengeance belongs to him. And he mean what he say. So if he say vengeance belongs to him, that means it don't belong to you. And if you don't take these words of wisdom as your advice, then you're going to pay for it. And based on history, those that paid for it, they paid for it with their lives. Many of us don't even know those people that tried to rally up the people against racism. We don't even remember them. But they died. They spoke bold for us. They tried to fight for us. They did. And you don't even know them. It should allow you to know we need to fear Yahweh and depart from evil and believe that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Is Brother Yamin on the line?
Yes, sir.
All right. Again, y'all, today's presentation will be called Vengeance Belongs to Yahweh. We will use this presentation, as we have used all of our presentations, to make a difference, to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, and between what Yahweh has said and what he has not said. And we will interject just a small piece of this racism that our brothers and sisters is crying about. And we will show that all is not lost. Even though we find ourselves going through hell, we've been going through hell for many years, all is not lost. Because no matter what, even though you're being chastised, Yahweh still said that he has chastised thee as a father chastised his son in whom he is well pleased. Yahweh is well pleased with us. And you say, why? Because he chose us. So after he get done spanking you for being hard-headed, he promised to kill your enemy. He promises to destroy the belt. So I want us to be able to understand this presentation and have hope in these words, that we will be saved out of it, and have the knowledge of the holy to understand that we have no strength in our hands. We need to be saved out of this. Brother Yamin will read Psalms 59 and Psalms 62 for us all. I will come back, reintroduce the presentation, and get right into the subject matter. Brother Yamin, you got the mic.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalm 59, please. That is Psalms 5:9. It reads, "Deliver me from my enemies, O my Elohim. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. For lo, they lie in wait for my soul. The mighty are gathered against me. Not for my transgression, nor for my sin, O Yahweh. They run and prepare themselves without my fault. Awake to help me, and behold. Thou, therefore, O Yahweh Elohim of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, awake to visit all the heathen. Be not merciful to any wicked transgressors. Selah. They return at evening. They make a noise like a dog, and go round about the city. Behold, they belch out with their mouth. Swords are in their lips. For who, say they, doth hear? But thou, O Yahweh, shalt laugh at them. Thou shalt have all the heathen in derision. Because of his strength will I wait upon thee, for Elohim is my defense. The Elohim of my mercy shall prevent me. Elohim shall let me see my desire upon my enemies. Slay them not, lest my people forget. Scatter them by thy power, and bring them down, O Yahweh, our shield. For the sin of their mouth and the words of their lips, let them even be taken in their pride, and for cursing and lying which they speak. Consume them in wrath, consume them, that they may not be, and let them know that Elohim ruleth in Yahakol unto the ends of the earth. Selah. And at evening let them return, and let them make a noise like a dog, and go round about the city. Let them wander up and down for meat, and grudge if they be not satisfied. But I will sing of thy power, yea, I will sing aloud of thy mercy in the morning. For thou hast been my defense and refuge in the day of my trouble. Unto thee, O my strength, will I sing, for Elohim is my defense, and the Elohim of my mercy. Hallelujah! As our beloved brother stated, he would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 62, please. That is Psalms 6:2. It reads, truly my soul waiteth upon Elohim. From him cometh my salvation. He only is my rock and my salvation. He is my defense. I shall not be greatly moved. How long will ye imagine mischief against a man? Ye shall be slain, all of you. As a bowing wall shall ye be, and as a tottering fence. They only consult to cast him down from his excellency. They delight in lies. They bless with their mouth, but they curse inwardly. Selah. My soul waited thou only upon Elohim, for my expectation is from him. He only is my rock and my salvation. He is my defense. I shall not be moved. And Elohim is my salvation and my glory, the rock of my strength, and my refuge is in Elohim. Trust in him at all times. Ye people, pour out your heart before him. Elohim is a refuge for us. Selah. Surely, men of low degree are vanity, and men of high degree are a lie. To be laid in a balance, they are altogether lighter than vanity. Trust not in oppression, and become not vain in robbery. If riches increase, set not your heart upon them. Elohim has spoken once, twice have I heard this, that power belongeth unto Elohim. Also unto thee, O Yahweh, belongeth mercy, for thou renderest to every man according to his work. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. And shalom, Israel. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Today's presentation will be called Vengeance Belongs to Yahweh. First and foremost, we would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven, the earth, and everything therein is by saying Hallelujah. And we will also like to ask Yahweh to allow the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in his sight. Because I find that that is more honorable. It is more righteous than even being an eloquent speaker. At times, I have our situation so clear in my mind, I just don't have at times the words to display what I actually see. So every time we make a presentation, we do like Solomon. We pray for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And we go through the volume of the book to seek out acceptable words, words of truth, to bring forth our presentations instead of using or instead of being an eloquent speaker. At this time, please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper where you may jot down these most relevant scriptures. Again, today's presentation will be called Vengeance Belongs to Yahweh, which denotes retribution as a punishment. The vengeance denotes a retribution as a punishment. We will start this presentation off by a few words of warning that we may hear and fear Yahweh from the book of Proverbs, and then we'll get straight into the presentation. So the first place we will go on this vital subject matter is found in Proverbs, the 2nd chapter. Let us all open up our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs, the 2nd chapter. And please note, wisdom was given to the Israelites that they may learn to fear Yahweh. The gift of that learning was to prolong your life. Well, today we find ourselves in a very dark, funky situation. It is known as the shadow of death. And I am teaching us to use this wisdom that we may be survivors of this shadow of death, that we may be recipients of long life because we used wisdom. So we're going to use wisdom today, and hopefully this wisdom will prolong our days. Thus it tells us in Proverbs, the 2nd chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, "My son, if thou wilt receive my word and hide my commandments with thee, so that thou incline thy ear into wisdom, and apply thy heart to understanding. Yea, if thou criest after knowledge, and liftest up thy voice for understanding, if thou seekest her as silver, and searchest for her as for hidden treasures." Note your approach. Note the work you must put in to be a recipient of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. It says again, if thou seekest her as silver, and searchest for her as for hidden treasures, then shall thou understand the fear of Yahweh, and find the knowledge of Elohim. For Yahweh give wisdom, out of his mouth come knowledge. So if you're speaking in the sense that Yahweh has not spoken, it is not wisdom given from Yahweh, nor the things that come out of their mouth is denoted as knowledge and understanding. We have a lot of people believe that we are to stand up, we are to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps and tell the world that we are holy and we are Yahweh's children. In the same breath, we see those same people being destroyed. Is it because they are right in their own eyes, first to their cause? Or is it because they refuse, or Yahweh refused to give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding? Because they have not put the work in. So they find themselves walking around, leaning on their own understanding, leading their brothers and sisters like blind sheep to the slaughter. The 7th verse says, he laid up sound wisdom, and he laid it up. He told the people to pray for the peace of the city. I'm the one going to take care of them. He told his people, I have set you on fire with the heathen, and you don't even know you burnt. That's why you're protesting. He laid up sound wisdom. There's a difference. There's levels of wisdom for the righteous. He is a butler to them that walk uprightly. And there's no other way to walk uprightly than what we are reading. He keeps the paths of judgment. Vengeance belongs to me, and reserves the way of his saints. Our brother Zechariah asked today, will the Israelites that get saved be part of Yahweh's vengeance? And I answered, absolutely. And those people will be called the children of the saints. They will have the privilege to judge the heathen. And this judgment ain't going to come with a hammer. It's going to come by way of a two-edged sword. He keeps the path of judgment and preserves the way of his saints. Then shall thy understand righteousness and judgment and equity, yea, every good path. When wisdom enter into thy heart, and knowledge is pleasant into thy soul. Note, the same thing we teach every week, every presentation, it reads in the 11th verse, discretion shall preserve thee. Understanding shall keep thee. And we make a difference. We show forth a difference. And in making our difference, we use discretion. And this discretion has preserved us, our knowledge, our wisdom, and our understanding. And it has kept us. We that believe and confirm every word. The 12th verse reads, to deliver you from the way of evil men. Well, the neo-Nazis, the Ku Klux Klans, the patty rollers, the heathen denotes the evil man. Well, this wisdom will help you to survive this evil man devices, no matter what it is, no matter what they call it, racism, bigotry, whatever they call it. It is to deliver thee from the way of the evil man, from the man that speak forward things, things wherein there is no hope. These things are so forward, they don't even lie to their children. That's why you got their children talking about, say it loud, I'm white and I'm proud. That's why you hear their children saying, get out of here, nigga, this our land. Because of all the forward things that have been taught from the evil man. It tells us, who leave the paths of uprightness to walk in the ways of darkness. Thus, we find ourselves under the shadow of death. Who rejoice to do evil. And they rejoice each and every day when they bring forth another evil law, where it afflicts you, where it oppresses you. They rejoices to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked, whose ways are crooked. You're going to always have racism when you're dealing with two different entities, two different people. There's going to always be racism. Well, what did our Creator do when he brought us out of Egypt? What was one of the things he established to kill racism among his people? The thing it was, he gave them his own land, their own land. He gave them the statutes of life, and he told them to kick the heathen away from you and make no covenant with them. He told our people, dealing with the stranger that was among us, one law for the homeborn and one law for the stranger that sojourned among you. And that stranger was to be bought by thy money or born in thy house. Everybody else was foreigners, was aliens, were heathens. When we were under the law in our land, we were not going around worrying about some neo-Nazis or anybody else coming in our land talking about they are Israel or that they are the children of the Most High, because they would have been destroyed. Well, today, we find ourselves in a land that is not ours, being servants and afflicted. And for some delusional reason, we believe that we equal. We want to be equal like the forward man. We want to be equal with the evil man. And all that is saying is that you have thrown Yahweh's words behind you, and you have settled to be just like your enemy. Thus it tells us, again in the 15th verse, whose ways are crooked, and they forward in their path, to deliver thee from the strange woman. If I'm racist against the evil man, I must be racist against the evil woman, because they are together. But I find many times we are racist toward, if that's the word to use, we feel a way toward the man, but we don't feel a way toward his woman. We got many people that speak, they pro-black. But when you go to their house, they married to a white woman. It tells us to deliver thee from the strange woman, even from the stranger which flatter with her words, which forsake the guide of her youth, and forget the covenant of her Elohim. For her house incline into death, and her path into the dead. None of you that go into her return again, neither take they hold of the paths of life, because you done made a covenant with the enemy, that thou mayest walk in the way of good men, and keep the paths of the righteous. For the upright shall dwell in the land, and the perfect shall remain in it. But the wicked shall be cut off from the earth, and the transgressors shall be rooted, plucked out of it. It also tells us, if we take a quick look in the 5th chapter of Proverbs, and let's just read these last 3 verses that we find in Proverbs 5. And it tells us in the 21st verse of Proverbs 5 to the 23rd verse, for the ways of man are before the eyes of Yahweh. There is nothing that you can say or do that your Maker don't see. And he alone ponders all his goings. The wicked man, it reads, his own iniquities shall take the wicked himself, and he shall be holden with the cords of his sin. He shall die without instruction. And if we don't take heed to these instructions, and we find ourselves out there fighting against our enemy, you gonna die. They that forget history shall repeat it. History shows that we are 0-500 in the fight. It tells us, his own iniquity shall take the wicked himself, and he shall be holden with the cords of his sin. He shall die without instruction, and in the greatness of his folly, whatever it is, he shall go astray. It also tells us, if we take a quick look in the book of Psalms, I wanted to include this psalm to introduce that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Let's read Psalms 50. Psalms 50. For it tells us in Psalms 50, verse 1, and it reads, the mighty Elohim, even Yahweh, has spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun and to the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Yahweh have shined. Our Elohim shall come and shall not keep silent. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very temperate around about him. He shall call to the heavens from above and to the earth, that he may judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. And the heavens shall declare his righteousness, for Yahweh is judge himself. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak. O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am Elohim, even thy Elohim. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings, to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he-goat out of thy folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I was hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto Yahweh thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High, and call upon me in the day of trouble, as we are crying this day. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked, Yahweh said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes? Or that thou should take my covenant in thy mouth? Seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee. When thou sawest, and note, seeing thou hatest instruction, and cast my words behind thee. And we're going to see how many people hate instruction today. We're going to see how many people actually cast these words behind them and get out there and tell the heathen to treat us right. Because when you do, you have cast the words of Yahweh behind. It reads, when thou sawest a thief, then thou consented with him, and hast been partakers with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frame deceit. Thy sittest and speakest against thy brother, and slanderest thy own mother's son. And we just spoke today about the trials and tribulations that is befalling our homes, where our own mothers and fathers are putting out their children. Our children are putting out their children. Well, Yahweh is the judge of all. He see the going and doing of all man. And he promised to render to them according to their doings. So many of us find ourselves being punished and judge based on what we're doing today. And this judgment denotes Yahweh revenge. It denotes Yahweh vengeance. It denotes a retribution as a punishment. So the Almighty is the one who will bring revenge and vengeance against us for our doing. That's what we just read about in Psalms 50. But the presentation is called vengeance belongs to Yahweh, allowing that after we get chastised, Yahweh vengeance will be on all those that have chastised and afflicted his children. For the Almighty has stated, all the days of affliction are evil. So after the days of evil, Yahweh will save us, and he will destroy the heathen. Thus, we find throughout the volume of the book, vengeance belongs to Yahweh. It includes by saying, in the 21st verse, these things hast thou done, and I kept silent. And they're being done today. And the Almighty, many of you have not actually been judged or punished. But it says, these things hast thou done, and I kept silent. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such and one as thyself. But I will reprove thee. I will correct thee as you are being corrected today, and set them in order before thy eyes. Now, brothers and sisters, consider this. You that forget Elohim, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. So please take heed of these words that we're going to bring forth today in this great presentation that is called Vengeance Belongs to Yahweh. For the last verse says, whoso offer praises. I hear all the time, hallelujah, hallelujah, praise Yahweh, let Yahweh be magnified. If that's true, then let the world know that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Thus, the 23rd verse closed with, whoso offer praise, glorify me. And to him that order his conversation upright, as I stated earlier. Sometimes I wish I was an eloquent speaker, but I'm not. But each and every presentation, I order my conversation right by using the acceptable words that we find in the volume of this book that denote only truth. Thus, as the 23rd verse reads again, whoso offer praise and glorify me, and to him that order his conversation aright, will I show the salvation of Elohim. And this presentation only denotes the salvation of Yahweh. Thus, it is named, vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Let us turn our scripture to Genesis, the 12th chapter, please. From the end to the beginning, nothing has changed. Vengeance has always belonged to the one that made you. Genesis 12 tells us in the first 3 verses, Now Yahweh has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, your brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, and from thy father's house, and to a land that I will show you. Note the second verse. And I will make of thee a great nation, the nation of Israel. And I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thy shall be a blessing. Listen to what the Almighty prophetically spoke about these people that the world called niggas. The third verse, and please circle it if you ain't already got it circled, for this is the key. And I will bless them that bless those black people, and curse him that curse those black people. And in you, this great nation of black people that are called the children of Israel, it says, and in you shall all, please take note, A-L-L, all families of the earth be blessed. So the Almighty had already established prophetically in this man's bloodline that they are divinely chosen to bless all the families of the earth. And the Almighty, in his vengeance, in his protection of his children, told them, they that curse thee shall be cursed. And please take note of this, because this will justify all that you will further read in the book. Because this comes first. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to the next chapter, which is called Exodus. And let's take a quick look at the 23rd chapter of Exodus. And it tells us in the 23rd chapter of Exodus, if we take a look at the 22nd verse, right after we just read what it said in Genesis 12, 1-3, that Yahweh will curse him that curse you. It tells us in Exodus 23, verse 22, but if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be, please take note, because he already let us know the divinity that is placed upon us as his children. And he told us by way of Abraham that they that curse thee shall be cursed. And then it kicked in the 22nd verse of Exodus 23 and said, but if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then, for there is a condition, I will be an enemy note, and to thy enemy. That's where the vengeance is going to come from. And an adversary into thy adversary. For my angel shall go before you and bring you in into the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Did you get it? It also tells us, if we take a look in the next, well, not the next chapter, but going in chronological order, let's go to the book of Numbers. The book of Numbers, and let's take a look at the 24th chapter of Numbers. The book of Numbers. Just trying to set the table to show you and give you an understanding of what this vengeance is all about. It's all about what the nations, the other nations, the same nations that you was instilled to bless them, how they have treated you. So vengeance is Yahweh's against how all the other nations have treated his children, no matter what the condition they found themselves in. And that's the table I'm setting. So let us turn to Numbers, the 24th chapter, and let's read the first 9 verses. And it reads, and when Balaam saw that it pleased Yahweh to bless Israel, another nation, a people, another man from another nation. And when Balaam saw that it pleased Yahweh to bless Israel. Now, why would it please him? Because he already told Abraham, he that blessed thee shall be blessed. He went not, as at other times, to seek for enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel abiding in his tent according to their tribes. And the Spirit of Yahweh came upon him. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said, he has said, which heard the words of Elohim, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, and thy tabernacles, O Israel. As the valleys are they spread forth, as gardens by the riverside, as the trees of linen olives, which Yahweh hath planted, and as cedar trees beside the waters. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters. And his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. Yahweh brought him forth out of Egypt. He had as it were the strength of an unicorn. He shall eat up the nations, his enemies, and shall break their bones in pieces, and pieces them though with his arrows, or and pierced them through with his arrows. He crouched, he lay down as a lion, and as a great lion, who shall stir him up? No, blessed is he that bless you, and cursed is he that curse you. So there's two entities being applied, but they only be applied by Yahweh, and that is blessings and cursings. It also tells us, if we go to the next book, which is the book of Deuteronomy, and let's go to Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter. Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter. By the law and by the testimony will we bring forth this great presentation. Deuteronomy 32. And it tells us in the book of the law, in the 40th year of the Israelite wandering in the wilderness, they were told in the 32nd chapter of Deuteronomy, and I will love to read this whole song that Moses sung to the people when they found themselves free under the covenant of the law in the wilderness. And it reads, "Give ear, O you heavens, and I will speak. And hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain. My speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herbs, and as the showers upon the grass. Because I will publish the name of Yahweh, ascribe you greatness into our Elohim. For he, it says, he is the rock. His work is perfect. For all his ways are judgment, every one of them. A Elohim of truth and without iniquity. Just and right is Yahweh. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation. Do you thus require Yahweh, O foolish people, and unwise? Is not he thy father that hath brought thee? Have he not made thee and established thee? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee. Thy elders, those that remember and have not through Yahweh words behind them, thy elders, and they will tell thee exactly what I'm about to tell you. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For Yahweh's portion is his people. That's why vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Yaakov is the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land and in the waste howling wilderness. He led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. And when you mess with the apple of Yahweh's eye, vengeance belongs to Yahweh. It reads, I lost my space, 1 second. The 10th verse again. He found him in a desert land and in the waste howling wilderness. He led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. As an eagle stirred up her nest, feathered over her young, spread abroad her wings, take them, bear them upon her wings, so Yahweh alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth. Note, there is no strange God with Yahweh. There is no other God than Yahweh, and he allowing us to know how he allowed his children to ride on the high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the fields. No, there is no other character. There is no other character that we should concern ourselves with in this great presentation that is called vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Even though we have many rumors about somebody else saving Israel or saving the world. Well, vengeance is Yahweh's. Not a character in the New Testament, not a character in the Quran, not a character in the Kabbalah, not a character in any other doctrine. Because this story denotes all the nations. It reads, and he made him to suck honey out of the rock, and all out of the flinty rock, butter of kine, and milk of sheep, with fat of lambs, and rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat. And thy did drink the pure blood of the grape. But Yesharon, the upright of Israel, waxed it fat and kicked. Thy art waxen fat, thy art grown thick, thy art covered with fatness. Then you forsook Yahweh, which made you, and lightly esteemed the rock of your salvation. They provoked Yahweh to jealousy with strange gods. With abominations provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto devils, not to Yahweh, to gods whom they knew not, to new gods that came newly up based on the people's own imagination, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begat thee, that made thee, thy art unmindful, and hast forgotten Yahweh that formed you. And when Yahweh saw it, he abhorred them, his children, because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. Well, today it looks like Yahweh has hidden himself from us. And it looks like he is looking to see what our end shall be. We got people teaching, we've been here for 400 years, a little over 400 years, maybe not a full 400 years, but one thing you can confess, And that is, Yahweh is not among you in those years. Thus, I will see what their end shall be, for they are a very forward generation. Proverbs 2. Children in whom is no faith. They don't have faith to wait. They don't have faith to pray for the peace of the city. They don't have faith to tell their brothers and sisters that all is not lost. Yahweh has promised to return his children and destroy anybody that has afflicted them or that has cursed them. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanity, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not my people. A lot of your scriptures read, with those which are not a people. Yeah, they people. Ain't no nation got us that Yahweh did not create. They are people. Thus, the real rendering should have been my people instead of a people. And let's read that again. It says, I will move them to jealousy with those which are not my people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. All the nations I know are people. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn into the lowest hell, and shall consume the earth, note, with her increase, and set on fire the foundation of the mountains. I will heap mischief upon them. I will spin my arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the poison of serpents of the dust. Note what Yahweh doing to his people now. The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hair. And the Almighty is doing this with people. And those same people will be judged. It reads, the sword without and terror within. As our brothers and sisters said, we're not going to be afraid anymore. We ain't going to be afraid of the neo-Nazis. We ain't going to be afraid of the Klansmen. Well, it tells us, based on how Yahweh punished his children for forsaking him, for throwing his word behind them, it says, again in the 23rd verse, I will heap mischief upon you. I will send my arrows upon you, Mr. and Mrs. Israel. They shall be burnt with hunger and devoured with burning heat and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of the beasts upon you, Mr. and Mrs. Israel, with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hair. All of you are going to be afflicted. All of you will be called niggers. All of you will depend on the enemy. It reads, I said, I will scatter you, Mr. and Mrs. Israel, into the corners. I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. Maybe that's why they call you nigger. Were it not, please take note of these words. Were it not that I fear the wrath of the enemy? The Almighty just gave us several verses of how he will punish his children. And he let us know that when he punishes children, it is by way of man, by the rod of man, and by the stripes of the sons of men. Well, he also let us know that these people is afflicting the apple of his eye. Thus it reads in the 27th verse, were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest your adversaries, your enemies, the heathen, should behave themselves strangely. And what could be denoted as strangely? As Yahweh promised Abram in Genesis 12, they that curse you. That is truly a strange action which only brings forth a reaction, which is none other than a curse. For Yahweh promised his children, they that curse thee shall be cursed. Thus it says in the 27th verse, and lest they should say, our hand is high, like we holy. We got the right to do this. And Yahweh have not done all this. They saying we doing this with our own hands. Yeah, Yahweh might have helped us a little bit to conquer them, but we doing this by our own hands. For they are a nation void of counsel. Neither, and I'm going to prove this, they so void of counsel that their children is going to confess that their fathers have inherited lies. Thus the 28th verse says, for they are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. They don't know that they're going to pay for how they treated you. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. The latter end, Israel, is vengeance belongs to Yahweh. How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, except their rock has sold them, and Yahweh has shut them up? For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. And they have truly judged us, even to this day. For their vine is of the vine of Sodom, and of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall. Their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons, and the cruel venom of apes. Is not this laid up in store with me? The Almighty said, don't I know all this? And sealed up among my treasures? The 35th verse reads, and you should have it circled, to me, out of all that I just read, out of all that I said will befall you, children of Israel, the 35th verse kicks in and says, to me belongs vengeance and recompense, their foot shall slide in due time. For the day of their calamity is at hand. Who calamity? Israel or the enemy? The enemy, Israel. I'm not going to let you go another day without understanding what Deuteronomy 32 have always said to you. But many people have taught it wrong. Many people have taught every verse denotes the Israelite. Well, the first part of this chapter of this song of Moses denotes the Israelites and their disobedience. And then the Almighty kick in, as he stated in Genesis 12, verse 2 and 3, they that cursed you, they that afflicted you, they that punished you, they that were your enemy, your adversary shall be judged. And that is what we are reading now. And it continued to read, one more time in the 35th verse, to me belong vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time. For the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come upon them make haste, meaning coming quickly. For Yahweh shall judge his people. And I think a lot of people that don't understand this book just read that sentence and said, I got it. He explaining it wrong. This is not talking about what Yahweh going to do to the adversary. This is not talking about what Yahweh going to do to the enemy. Because it says in the 36th verse, the first sentence, for Yahweh shall judge his people. So it seems like this is talking about Yahweh judging Israel. And it is, to a certain extent. After they find themselves servants and afflicted, Yahweh promised to judge those who afflicted them. And a lot of times the scriptures speak in a court setting. And the sentence that we just read in the 36th verse denote that court setting. For it reads again, for Yahweh shall judge his people. And repent himself for his servant, his people. When he see that their power or strength or hand is gone, and there is none shut up or left. I just want to speak one more quick word on that first sentence of the 36th verse. For Yahweh shall judge his people. Many times we find ourselves in court today. And many times it's against the enemy. It's against the adversary. It's against the society that you find yourself among. Well, we that have faith in Yahweh, we that trust in what Yahweh do, what do we find ourselves doing? Do we not find ourselves praying to our Creator before we go to court? Are we not asking Yahweh to be favorable toward us? Are we not asking Yahweh to plead for us? Are we not asking Yahweh to allow the judgment to be for us? Many times when we go to court today, there's going to be a judgment rendered. And we, being of the contrite spirit and being afflicted, we pray that Yahweh favor us in the judgment. And that's exactly what you are reading. Let's read it again. For Yahweh shall judge his people. Note, the judgment is favorable. You say, well, how you know that, brother? It reads, and repent himself for his servant. When he see that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left, and he shall say, where are their gods, their rock in whom they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices, and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them rise up and help you and be your protection. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me. And after y'all done read all these words, I don't know how in the heck you can put somebody over Yahweh to be your Savior when you see all these words, how Yahweh has saved his children, and then you're going to put Yahweh in the back seat and put some cracker or some image that the slave master have given you over Yahweh, and teach the world and teach your children that this character is going to save you when he couldn't save himself, nor is there any history or testimony that he has saved anything. But we have history and testimony dealing with Yahweh of the heaven and earth, the only Elohim that has ever saved and throughout history. His story or your story. There's not another story where God took a people from another nation and made them his own, and even given them their own land. And the Almighty places his name in that land. There is not another story in the world. I don't care what Bible you pull out. So there's only one that ever saved. Why would we believe on anything else? I get questions all the time about what this character said. I read comments all the time about what this character said. And many times it's the Israelite reporting it. And I just close my eyes, I shake my head, and I want to respond so many times and just say, who cares? Who cares what John, Peter, and Paul said? I thought you was looking for the Creator. I thought you was looking for the one that has saved Moses and all of them and brought them in the wilderness. If you are, you're looking under the wrong map. You're in the wrong book. And I know many of you say, well, why he throw that in? Because it tells us in the 38th verse, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices and drink the wine of their drink offerings, let them rise up and help you and be your protection. See, now, if you haven't seen it before, I hope you see it in his presentation. I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me. I kill. And no, it ain't when it says no God with me, the God is in little letters. So it's not talking about a God equal. So it allows you to know with your own imagination, thinking that this little white boy is Yahweh's son, or black boy, I don't care what color you color the light, thinking that he has something to do with Yahweh and saving his people. The Almighty has said, using the little g, there is no little God with me. I kill. He can't kill nothing. And I make alive. He can't bring nothing alive. They trying to bring him alive. Those that have set him up by way of their own imagination. I wound as you are wounded this day. But your brother is teaching that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Thus it reads. And I heal. And we will be saved out of this. We will be healed out of this. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I, not we, I live forever. It also tells us, if we take a look at the next book. Well, before we go to the next book, I would love to show this example of vengeance belongs unto Yahweh. And as your brother stated, that vengeance does not just denote the heathen, but it also denotes the punishment, the retribution as a punishment that Yahweh will lay upon his own children because of their forsaking him, because of them casting his word behind them, because they forsook the covenant of their Elohim. Yahweh will recompense them. Yahweh will revenge his anger on them. Yahweh vengeance will be on them, the same as it will be on those that he have used to afflict you. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 11th chapter, just to show a quick testimony of this. Jeremiah, the 11th chapter. And let's take a look at the 20th verse of Jeremiah, the 11th chapter. And it reads in the 20th verse of the 11th chapter of Jeremiah to the 23rd verse. But, O Yahweh of hosts, that judges righteously, that triest the reins and the heart, or ruins in the heart, let me see, note, let me see thy vengeance on them. Vengeance belongs to Yahweh against his people and the enemy and the adversary of his people. Thus it reads again, but, O Yahweh of hosts, that judges righteously. And Yahweh going to judge righteously at the end, and Yahweh will judge the heathen. The judgment will be for you, Mr. and Mrs. Israel, because of all that they have done to you. So in this heavenly court, in this holy court setting, it's the heathen against his children. And yeah, his children forsook his law. His children did all these evils and trial and iniquities and trespasses, and Yahweh punished them. He placed his vengeance on them, and this vengeance denoted retribution as a punishment. But the judgment was for his children. He's the judge. You got the adversary and you got his children. At the end of the day, Yahweh is going to show favor toward his sons and his daughters. And when he do, he will destroy your enemies and your adversaries. Everyone that ever fought against you. So that's what I'm trying to let you see. I'm trying to let you understand what it denotes dealing with the judgment. You going to win the case. You're going to come out of that courtroom happy and I don't know what because you going to win the case. And here goes a case where Jeremiah wins. Thus it reads, but Yahweh of hosts that judge righteously and trieth the ruins and the heart, let me see thy vengeance on them. For unto thee have I revealed my cause. Therefore, thus said Yahweh of the men. Look at the response of Antioch that seek thy life. They that curse, they that bless thee shall be blessed. They that curse thee shall be cursed. Well, they cursing Jeremiah. It says that seek thy life. They are cursing him. They want to kill him. They want to destroy him, saying, prophesy not in the name of Yahweh, that thou die not by our hands. Yahweh with this man, because Yahweh sent this man. Therefore, thus said Yahweh of hosts, behold, note, I will punish. I will visit upon them. The young men shall die by the sword. Jeremiah won the case. The men lost the case, and look at the punishment. Look at the retribution. Again, it reads in the 22nd verse, therefore thus said Yahweh of hosts, behold, I will punish them. The young men shall die by the sword. Their sons and their daughters shall die by famine. And there shall be no remnant of them. Look at Yahweh's vengeance. For I will bring evil upon the men of Antioch, even the year of their visitation. That's the end of the case. Jeremiah 1. Yahweh bring forth his vengeance upon the men that is trying to curse Jeremiah, as Yahweh promised Abram in Genesis 12. And as we just read in Deuteronomy 32, verse 35. This vengeance also denotes, and it allows us to know in dealing with Deuteronomy 32, Yahweh will vindicate his people. And I guess that's the word I'm looking for. Like I said, I'm not an eloquent speaker, but I definitely see it clear as day. Yahweh will vindicate his people because of his own urge to manifest his strength and glory before the nations. And these nations denote the universe. It denotes the world. Again, this vengeance, and what we read in Deuteronomy 32, Yahweh will vindicate his people because of his own urge to manifest his strength and glory before the nations. No different than what we see in the book of Exodus, the 7th chapter, all the way up to the 12th chapter. The mighty works of Yahweh. How Yahweh beat down those that cursed his people, that had his people in servitude and affliction. The Almighty, and I'm going to get there, I'm jumping the gun, but the Almighty told us in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and the 14th verse, you're going to find yourself in the land that is not yours as a stranger. And you're going to find yourself under servitude and affliction. And after the servitude and the affliction, Yahweh said, what? I will judge them whom you serve. And that judgment will go no different than what you just read about Jeremiah and the men of Antioch. For Yahweh changed not. They that curse thee shall be cursed. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Psalms, Psalms 94. Psalms 94 verse 1 tells us, I said Psalms 94 verse 1 tells us, and I would love to read the whole psalm, because it allows us to know that Yahweh alone is the judge, thus vengeance belongs unto Yahweh. It reads in the very first verse, O Yahweh Elohim, to whom vengeance belongs. O Elohim, to whom, and it's being redundant, because eventually y'all don't understand this. Thus it reads and says it twice. O Elohim, to whom vengeance belongs, show thyself. Lift up thyself, thy judge of the earth. Render a reward to the proud, those that believe that their hand was high to do all this evil against us. Those that had their hand up saying that they were innocent and they was holy, and the things that they did against us was the will of their maker, and they did even more. They furthered the affliction. They showed us no mercy, as it is today. But the Almighty said, all is not lost, because I already stated that they that curse thee shall be cursed. They're going to be punished. I'm going to judge them, and I'm going to favor my children. Thus, it continued to read. Yahweh, how long shall the wicked trample? How long shall they utter and speak hard things? Racism, name calling, setting up evil laws. And all the workers of iniquity boss themselves. They king. They hand is raised high. They allowed to do these things. They boss in them. They break in pieces thy people, Yahweh, and afflict thy heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger and murder, and that's exactly what it's called. You want to be in the uproar? Be in the uproar for all these murders that you have seen. How the heathen done killed our sons and daughters on a daily. Damn them being on the bridge. You got something to speak about. Speak about them killing your sons and your daughters. You want to go out and march? You want to write a petition on how they kill us each and every day. How we find ourselves in open prey. It reads, they slay the widow and the stranger and murder. The word murder means taking the life of an innocent person. All them men and women they done hung in those trees was innocent. They further the punishment upon those people. Yahweh did not want that to happen. It says in the 7th verse, I wanted to make sure I read that last part, and murdered the fatherless. Yet they say, please take note, Yahweh shall not see. This is the heathen. This is the Americans, the Britons, the Germans, whoever. It says, yet they say Yahweh shall not see, neither shall the Elohim of Jacob regard it. Well, I'm going to show that's a lie, and I'm going to show that their children going to confess that's a lie. Understand, you British among the people, and you fools, when will you be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He hear every racial tone that you ever applied to his people. He that formed the eye, shall he not see? Yahweh see every affliction that you have ever laid upon his people. That's what he told Moses and them. I heard your cry, and I seen the affliction. It says, he that chastised the heathen, shall not he correct? Absolutely. He that teach man knowledge, shall not he know? Absolutely. Yahweh know the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chasten, O Yahweh, and teachest him out of thy law. And that's exactly our state today. We find ourselves in the enemy's land, being chastened by our Maker. And we are able to use discretion based on the words of his law, the words of this book. That's the only way we know that Yahweh will avenge us. That's the only way we know that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. That's the only way we know what's going to happen to those that afflicted his children, by the words of this book. Even though we are being chastened this day, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity. We're going to get rest from these days. And that rest will come by way of the destruction of the heat. It tells us, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For Yahweh will not cast off his people. He said, you might forget, but I'll never forget what has happened to you. It reads, for Yahweh will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance, even though he kicking their butts. But judgment shall return into righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. And I hope all you that have righteousness in your heart and is upright, follow it as well. For it is written for you. The volume of the book is speaking about us. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Nobody. We got a few people thinking they doing something. They marching. They writing up petitions. They making threats. The 16th verse reads, who will raise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? It reads, unless Yahweh had been my help, that's the only way you're going to make it out of this, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said my foot slipped, thy mercy, Yahweh, held me up. I didn't pull myself up by my own bootstraps. I wasn't unwise enough to go out and tell my enemy what I'm going to do to them. And no, we're going to trust in Yahweh, because it is known that vengeance belongs into Yahweh. Thus, it continues to read, in the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. These words. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee? Today it is. The throne of iniquity is the one that established among you freedom of religion. That's why you're going around here talking about you under the law. The establishment or the throne of iniquity is the one that has given you freedom of speech. That's why you mad or you want to petition when the enemy speak ill against you, or when the enemy call you a nigger, or when the enemy displays some type of racial image. You want to talk against it, because the throne of iniquity you have had fellowship with, and they have allowed you to exercise in their statutes. Thus, they give you freedom of religion. Before they gave you that, you wasn't walking around here talking about I'm Israel, none of that mess. You was getting your butt whooped, working sun up to sundown. And now they give you freedom of speech. So now you get to go out and write a petition. Well, all of this is done under the throne of iniquity and be in fellowship with them, which frame mischief by a law. One of the mischiefs is so-called racism. They gather themselves together against the souls of the righteous and condemn the innocent blood. But Yahweh is our defense, and our Elohim is the rock of our refuge, and he alone shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, Yahweh our Elohim shall cut them off. Only because they have afflicted the apple of his eye, and because vengeance belongs unto Yahweh. It also tells us, if we turn to the book of Nahum, 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 and let's take a look at the very first chapter. Nahum, the very first chapter. And it tells us in this short book something very important. And it allows us to know that Yahweh changes not. Thus, I am more than right, willing, and able to bring forth this great presentation. Vengeance belongs to Yahweh. For it tells us in the book of Nahum, if we pick up at the first chapter, it tells us in the second verse to the 15th verse, the last verse of this chapter, it reads, Yahweh is jealous and Yahweh revenges. Yahweh revenge and is furious. Yahweh will take vengeance on his adversaries, and he reserved wrath for his enemies. It's in reserve. It's already set up because of what Yahweh already said. Yahweh is slow to anger and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. He won't pardon the wicked for what they did to his children. Yahweh have his way in the whirlwind, and in the storm, and the clouds are the dust of his feet. He rebuked the sea and make it dry, and dry up all the rivers. Bashan languish, and Carmel and the flower of Lebanon languish. The mountains shake at him, and the hills melt, and the earth. And note, if all those items are doing that just based on his presence or his voice, what do you think will happen to you? Don't forget what it read in Psalms 50, where it told you to consider these things before he tear your butt in pieces. It reads, the mountain quake at him, and the hills melt, and the earth is burnt at his presence. Yea, the world and all that dwell therein. Who can stand before his indignation? Nobody. And who can abide in the fierceness of his anger? Nobody. His fury is poured out like fire, and the rocks are thrown down by him. Yahweh is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and he knows them, please take note, that trust in him. And they are trusting that Yahweh will revenge us. But with an overrunning flood, he will make an utter end of the place thereof, and darkness shall pursue his enemies. What do ye imagine against Yahweh? He will make an utter end. Affliction shall not rise up the second time. For while they be folded together as thorns, and while they are drunken as drunkards, they shall be devoured as stubble, fully dried. There is one come out of thee that imagine evil against Yahweh, a wicked counsel. And that's many of today's presidents and kings in the earth, known as wicked counselors. Thus said Yahweh, though they be quiet, and likewise many, yet thus shall they be cut down, when he shall pass through. Though I have afflicted thee, take note, I will afflict thee no more. For now will I break his yoke, the enemy, from off thee, and will burst thy bonds and slander. And Yahweh has given a commandment concerning you, that no more of thy name be sown out of the house of thy God. Will I cut off the graven image and the molten image. I will make thy grave, for thy art thou. Behold, upon the mountains, the feet of him that bring good tidings, like this good time, this good presentation, that publishes peace. O Yehuda, keep thy solemn feasts, perform thy vows, for the wicked shall no more pass through thee. He is utterly cut off. And note how those that wait on Yahweh and trust in Yahweh begin, and when their merit begins, is after Yahweh has taken care of their enemy. Thus it reads again in the 15th verse, behold, upon the mountains, the feet of him that bring good tidings, that publish peace. O Yehuda, keep thy solemn feasts. You had to be in the land to keep the solemn feasts. You had to be under the covenant of the law to keep the solemn feasts. The enemy and the adversary must be kicked out of your land to keep the solemn feasts and to perform thy vows. And the Almighty let us know that by saying with the last sentence, for the wicked shall no more pass through thee. He is utterly cut off. It allows us to know that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. It also tells us, if we turn our Holy Scriptures to the book of Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, the 59th chapter, Isaiah 59. And it tells us in Isaiah 59, if we pick up at the 15th verse. Isaiah 59, verse 15 reads, yea, truth fails, and he that depart from evil, please take note, because many of you have confessed it, that you fear Yahweh, and that you have departed from evil. Well, the Almighty allowed us to know you ain't the first ones. Thus it reads, yea, truth fails, and he that depart from evil make himself a prey. If you want to be equal, you want justice and equal right and be just like the heathen, then this don't apply to you. You ain't got to worry about you. You're not a prey. You are the helper of the enemy, or you are the helper of the adversary, because you refuse to not be able to do and say the things they do and say. You begging for equal rights. You're begging to be equal with the wicked. You begging to and voting and petitioning to be just as evil as the wicked. Thus it reads again, yea, truth fails, and he that depart from evil make himself a prey. And Yahweh saw it. He sees everything. And it displeased him that there was no judgment. And he saw that there was no man, and wondered that there was no intercessor. Therefore, the reason why vengeance belongs to Yahweh, it reads, therefore his arm brought salvation into them, and his righteousness, it sustained them. For he put on righteousness as a breastplate, and an helmet of salvation upon his head. And he put on the garments, note what the garments are called. And he put on the garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a cloak, according to their deeds. And according to their deeds, accordingly he will repay. Fury to his adversary, recompense to his enemy. To the owls he will repay recompense. It continues to tell us, so shall they fear the name of Yahweh from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun in the east, when the enemy shall come in like a flood. The Spirit of Yahweh shall lift up a standard against him, against the enemy. And the Redeemer, the Savior, your Maker, shall come to Zion, and into them that turn from transgression in Jacob, said Yahweh. As for me, this is my covenant with them, said Yahweh. My spirit that is upon thee, and my words which I have put in thy mouth, shall not depart out of thy mouth, nor out of the mouth of thy seed, nor out of the mouth of thy seed, said Yahweh, from henceforth and forever. So these words are still binding. These are the words that we are to inquire of our Maker. And these are the words that we are to have hope and faith in, that we will be saved out of this, and Yahweh will punish all that has ever afflicted us. It also tells us, if we take a quick look at the 63rd chapter of Isaiah, the 63rd chapter of Isaiah, and it tells us in the 63rd chapter of Isaiah, giving us a testimony of how Yahweh fight against the adversary, fight against our enemy, fight against those that hate him. It reads in Isaiah 63, the very first verse. Who is this? A lot of us talk today. Well, who is the Edomite? The Edomite is the Jewish man, this, that, and another. Well, let's see what Yahweh speaks and how he speaks against Edom. Who is this that comes from Edom with dyed garments from Bozrah? This that is glorious and is a pearl. And don't forget, the pearl got vengeance all on it. Traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Wherefore art thy red and thy pearl, and thy garments like him that tread in the wine fat. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in my anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment with their blood. For the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of redeemed is come. So again, when you are saved, when the judgment favors you, the enemy is destroyed. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore, the reason why my own arm brought salvation into me, and my fury it upheld me. And I will trend down the people in my anger and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah. Let's go to the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah 50. Because a lot of people believe that they're innocent. And we know they believe that based on what Yahweh said in Deuteronomy 32. If it was not for the adversary behaving themselves strangely against my children. So they believe that they're right. They believe in Christianity. They believe in their gods. So they believe that they're right. And what they have done to us is right. And they believe that a character will save us and them. For all the evil and for all the cursing you have done toward those black children. Well, according to Jeremiah 50, we all turn there, please. It tells us in the 6th and 7th verse, Jeremiah 50, verse 6. No, let's start at the 4th verse. Let's read Jeremiah 50, verse 4 to 7. And it reads, in those days and in that time, said Yahweh, the children of Israel shall come, they and the children of Yehudah together, going and weeping. They shall go and seek Yahweh their Elohim. They shall ask the way to Zion with their faces toward, saying, come, and let us join ourselves to Yahweh in a perpetual covenant that shall not be forgotten. The 6th verse reads, my people have been lost sheep. We are lost sheep this day. And just over the last 20 years, we're finding out we're lost sheep without true shepherds. Because many shepherds that we thought, many men that we thought were shepherds only fed themselves. They did not warn the sheep or the flock. They fed themselves. Where the Almighty said his people are lost sheep. Their shepherds have ceased. Their shepherds have caused them to go astray. And many of us have went astray based on these brothers and sisters that's talking about they shepherds, that's talking about they elders, that's talking about they mores and teachers. They have caused us to go astray. They have not allowed us to know what Yahweh has said. They have turned them away on the mountains. They have gone from mountain to hill, from church to class. They have forgotten their resting place. They have taught us that our resting place is wherever we find ourselves. And note the words of the enemy, the acts of the enemy. All that found them have devoured them. And their adversaries, an adversary is great. An enemy is great. The Almighty used an adversary against Job. The adversary was named Satan. So this is a great adversary against you. Thus it reads, all that found them have devoured them. And their adversary said, we offend not. And you must have a mindset like that to hang an 80, 90-year-old man, to hang a 20 to 35-year-old woman, to hang a baby. You got to have the mindset that you got the power to do so. For it tells us all that found them have devoured them. And their adversaries said, we offend not, because they have sinned against Yahweh. And I remember years ago, I seen these same words come out of a white man's mouth in a slave movie. I can't recall the slave movie off the top of my head. I done seen so many slave movies. I was raised on slave movies. My mama used to drop us off at the movie theater and come pick us up. We've seen just about every slave movie that came out in the 60s and 70s. But I remember the slave master saying the same thing. We offend not, because them niggas sinned against God. And that's how they treat you today. That's the mindset today. The inhabitants of justice, even Yahweh, they sinned against. The hope of their father. So it allows us to know, and I took us here to expound and focus on the 7th verse. The enemy do not understand that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. They do not, some of them don't. Some of them do. That's why they try to live in the space. They try to live under the sea and all type of places, because some of them know. Some of them read these words. And they know that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. And they know that Yahweh coming to kill every nation that ever fought against Jerusalem and that ever afflicted his children. They know these things. They ain't trying to live on the moon for you. They ain't trying to live in the sea for you. They trying to live in the moon for themselves because they know that the wrath of Yahweh is supposed to hit the earth. So they trying to leave the earth. And we want to go with them. We want to live in space. We don't want to be on earth when you should be, if you know what you waiting on. The earth shall always be inhabited, and it's going to be given to you. You are the one that has been divinely favored to bless the world. The world is on earth, not in the heavens, nor in the ocean. Another place that shows the same favor or the same thought, if we take a look in the book of Zechariah, the very first chapter. And it tells us in Zechariah, the very first chapter, the enemy feel like they ain't did nothing. The enemy feel like they got all the power in the world to kill you, to murder you, not kill, murder you at their will. And the Almighty stated in Genesis 9, the man that shed blood or kill a man and shed the man's blood, his blood shall be shed. So it's a lot of blood that should be shed of the enemy because of all the blood that they have spilled in the earth with our sons and daughters, our fathers and mothers. Thus, it tells us in Zechariah, the very first chapter, let's go to the 10th verse. Zechariah chapter 1, verse 10. Another place to prove without a shadow of a doubt that the heathen has furthered the affliction of Yahweh's children. The heathen have overstepped their bounds to where Yahweh must save his children and destroy them. Thus it tells us in Zechariah, the first chapter, the 10th verse, and it reads, and the man that stood among the myrtle trees answered and said, these are they whom Yahweh hath sent to walk to and fro through the earth. And they answered the angel of Yahweh that stood among the myrtle trees and said, we have walked to and fro through the earth. And behold, all the earth sits still. That means they in confederate. They are all of one accord. They have shaken hands to do all this evil upon us and in the earth. That is the report that the angel is giving. It reads, and is at rest. Then the angel of Yahweh answered and said, Yahweh of hosts, how long will thy not have mercy on Jerusalem and on the cities of Yehudah, against which thou hast had, past tense, indignation, these 70 years, talking about when they were in Babylon? And Yahweh answered the angel that talked with me, good words and comfortable words. These words that I am bringing forth today, vengeance belongs to Yahweh, supposed to denote good and comfortable words of hope. So the angel that communed with me said unto me, cry, thy saying, thus said Yahweh of hosts, I am jealous for Jerusalem and for Zion with a great jealousy. And I am very sore displeased. Look at your maker. Look at the mindset of your maker against those that kill you, that afflicts you, that oppress you, that curses you. He letting us know, even though we've been taught so bad that we don't even know these things. But he letting us know today, I am very sore displeased with who? The heathen. That are at ease. And that's what the angel number reported. They ain't confederate. They had ease. They had rest. They all got their head. And they all going after one cup. And that is to destroy us, to afflict us, to put as much misery upon us as possible. And the Almighty was displeased. For I was but a little displeased, meaning I was chastising my children as a father chastised his son, in whom he is well pleased. We are the sons of Israel. So that's how we are being punished. The enemy took it a step farther, as he do this day. And it reads, the last sentence of the 15th verse, and they help further the affliction. You get it? And then it reads, therefore thus said Yahweh, I am returned to Jerusalem with mercies. You got to be saved. And when you say, that's when he's going to kill them. It says, with mercies, my house shall be built in it, said Yahweh of hosts, and a line shall be stretched forth upon Jerusalem. Cry yet, saying, thus said Yahweh of hosts, my cities through prosperity shall yet be spread abroad, and Yahweh shall yet conquer Zion, and shall yet choose Jerusalem. Then lift I up my eyes, and saw, and behold, 4 horns. The 4 horns denoted the 4 nations that you find in Daniel 7. And I are the 4 beasts. And I said unto the angel that talked with me, what be these? And he answered me, these are the horns, nations, powers, which have scattered Yehudah, Israel, and Jerusalem. And Yahweh showed me 4 carpenters. Then said I, what come these to do? And he speaks, saying, these are the horns, powers, which have scattered Yehudah, so that no man did lift up his head. But these, the 4 carpenters, or the 4 smiths, ain't nothing but 4 agents to protect Israel. Thus the last verse reads, then said I, what come these to do? And he speaks, saying, these are the horns, the power, which have scattered Yehudah, so that no man did lift up his head. But these, the 4 smiths, the 4 agents, are come to fray them, to cast out the horns of the Gentiles, which lift up their horn over the land of Yehudah to scatter it. So again, vengeance belongs to Yahweh based on what the adversary and the enemy did to his children, how they furthered the affliction, how they had no mercy for his children. They don't care about your bills. They don't care about what situation you find yourself in. They will hurry up and tell you to, well, go fill this out and come back, knowing that you're getting put out today. They will tell you, well, go fill this out and come back. No mercy. Thus, it also tells us in the book of Zechariah, if we take a look at the 11th chapter. The 11th chapter, let's read the 4th verse. To continue to show why Yahweh has stated and raised his hand to heaven and swear that vengeance belongs unto him. It reads in the 4th verse, thus the 4th verse of the 11th chapter of Zechariah, thus said Yahweh, my Elohim, feed the flock of the slaughter, who possessors slay them. No, who the flock is. Who's the flock of the slaughter, whose prosecutors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. They don't believe they're guilty. They don't believe they're guilty come protesting or marching on the bridge. They don't believe they're guilty because they found one black man among 150 white people, and they felt like you was out of place, and they killed you. They hung you. They made you a public display. They hanged you. They fried. They flayed your skin. They sold your skin as relic. They don't feel like they are wrong for that. One second, please. Yes, they don't have one guilty bone in their body. That's how and that's why it continues. They will, based on freedom of religion and freedom of speech, they'll make a law and they'll take it right back. Because they ain't guilty. They feel like many of them think if they didn't treat us the way they treated us, we will destroy ourselves. That's the rumor. So they have no guilty bone in their bodies. They are not ashamed of nothing that they have done. And many times today when you talk about it, they'll hurry up and tell you, don't try to put that on me. We didn't do that. And we ain't ashamed of what our fathers did, but we just letting you know we ain't the ones that did it. That was our father. Thus it tells us in the 11th chapter of Zechariah, the 5th verse again, whose prosecutors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them say, bless. I know y'all don't watch some of these slave movies. Or you done had some relatives that was old enough to remember the things that they and their fathers and mothers endured. Thus they told you these things. We talk about today, like I said, we nitpicking, but there was many sundown cities in Cincinnati. And one of the first ones come to my mind is a city called Norwood. And it only had a train track that separated the neighborhoods. So if you got caught on the wrong side of the train track, then ain't no telling what might befell you. You definitely was going to be profiled and you was going to be racially intimidated and all the other things. that they put upon us as a people. Downtown, where many people go today, they say they don't like the Nazis and all that, but they find themselves at, what's that market called downtown? Friendly Market? Friendly Market was the slave market. That's where they sold slaves. And you buy your produce and all that down there every day, and especially on Saturday and Sunday. So it tells us nothing is new under the sun. And in the book, in the days of Zechariah, they felt that they was blessed to be able to sell you, to be able to take your daughter from you and send her down to Mississippi, or take your husband and send him to Tennessee, or take your wife and send her to wherever. They felt that that was a blessing. And you think they're going to get that up for you because you wrote a petition, because you feel like marching and getting some exercise today? It reads again in the 5th verse of the 11th chapter of Zechariah, whose prosecutors slayed them and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them said, blessed be Yahweh, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity them not. So we have several places that we can go and prove without a shadow of doubt. The nations on the earth don't care a thing about you. And they don't have the knowledge that they will be destroyed for all that they have done to you. Even though you're the one broke the covenant of Yahweh, they still will be punished utterly. Thus, while we still find ourselves in Zechariah, before I go to Zechariah, I'm about to miss one. Let's go to Isaiah 47, verse 6, and then we will finish up with Zechariah 14. Isaiah 47, verse 6. So hold your hand on that Zechariah. Let's go to Isaiah 47, throw some in, and then we'll finish up with that Zechariah. And it tells us in Isaiah 47, I just want y'all to know that they don't care about your granddaddy, they don't care about your mama, nor your baby. It tells us in Isaiah, the 47th chapter, the 6th verse. And you can fight against these words all you want. All you're going to be is another catastrophe. All you're going to be is another casualty. That's all you're going to be. You can fight against these words you want. Go on out there. Let us know how much good you did for. Isaiah 47 verse 6 tells us, I was wroth with my people. I have polluted my inheritance and given them into thy hand. Thou did show them no mercy. Now, why is Yahweh worrying about if they was merciful to us or not? Because of what is already sworn. They that bless thee shall be blessed, and they that curse thee shall be cursed. Thus Yahweh is accusing the Babylonians of showing you no mercy. Upon the ancient has thy very heavily laid thy yoke. Got that man out there working. Talking about that man can't retire until he's 70 years old. You got that man 75 and 80 years old working to death because he has nothing else that he can do or produce to pay bills and take care of himself and his family. So he had to work or he died. What Almighty said, there's nothing new under the sun. They showed no mercy upon the ancient. Has thy very heavily laid thy yoke, work that man and woman to death. As it is this day. 70 years old is considered ancient, brothers and sisters, today. And many of you will work beyond 70. Now let's go back to Zechariah, the 14th chapter. Zechariah, the 14th chapter. And it tells us in Zechariah, the 14th chapter, as it has told us throughout all the chapter and verses we have brought forth thus far. And it allows us to know vengeance belongs unto Yahweh. It allows us to know that you and I are the apple of Yahweh's eye. He loved you as a father loved a son in whom he is well pleased. He will never forget, nor will he ever pardon those that have afflicted thee. Thus it tells us in Zechariah, the 14th chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, to the 14th verse. Zechariah chapter 14, verse 1 to 14. Behold, the day of Yahweh comes. And many people teach that the day of Yahweh comes means he coming to judge us. We have been taught by lion shepherds. And the shepherd had taught us that Yahweh coming to judge us for how we live among some people that have no mercy. Oh, boy. Behold, the day of Yahweh come, and they spoil, and thy spoil shall be divided in the midst of thee. For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem, please take note, to battle. And the city shall be taken, and the houses raffled, and the women ravished, and half of the city shall go forth into captivity, and the residue of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then, because they left the lowest sort, or the poorest sort, should I say, then shall Yahweh go forth and fight against those nations. Why? Because vengeance belongs to Yahweh. As when he fought in the day of battle. That's why I included what he did in Exodus, the 7th chapter to the 12th chapter. And his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives. And there, I haven't used every chapter and verse to establish vengeance belongs to Yahweh. As I stated earlier, I chose the acceptable chapter and verses to bring forth this presentation. Not every word. Every word going to take a couple presentations. But I selected acceptable words, words of truth, to bring forth this presentation. And we're dealing with these verses that I have brought forth. Thus it tells us, because like I said, I could have used like Joel 3, it's many other chapters, Ezekiel 11, many other chapters and verses I could have used that I haven't used in this presentation. Thus the 4th verse reads again, and his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem on the east. And the Mount of Olives shall cleave in the midst thereof, toward the east and toward the west. And there shall be a very great valley, and half of the mountain shall remove toward the north, and half of it toward the south. And you shall flee to the valley of the mountains, for the valley of the mountains shall reach into Aziel. Yea, ye shall flee like as ye fled from before the earthquake in the days of Uriah, king of Yehudah. And Yahweh my Elohim shall come. And all, please take note for you that wanted to know if Israel will ever help Yahweh in his vengeance. Your brother has answered it by saying yes. And here is one of the chapter and verses that I use to reference. It says, the last sentence, and last sentence of the 5th verse, and Yahweh my Elohim shall come, and all the saints with thee. And it shall come to pass in that day that the light shall not be clear nor dark, but it shall be one day which shall be known to Yahweh, not day nor night, but it shall come to pass that at evening time it shall be light. And it shall be in that day that living waters shall go out from Jerusalem, half of them toward the former sea, and half of them toward the hinder sea. In summer and in winter shall it be. And Yahweh shall be king over all the earth. In that day shall there be one Yahweh, as it has always been. But the imagination of the wicked shall be cast away. So in that day, now that truth will be seen, that it has always been only one creator, one maker of you and I. And it's going to take a lot of depth for you to understand it and see it. Thus it reads, again in the 9th verse, and Yahweh shall be king over all the earth. In that day shall there be one Yahweh, and his name one. Not all these funny names that newly came about, but the original name that was revealed to Abraham, that was revealed to Moses, based on what he did for Moses. Thus, the 10th verse reads, all the land shall be turned as a plain from Geba to Rimmon, south of Jerusalem, and it shall be lifted up and inhabited in her place, from Benjamin gates into the place of the first gate, into the corner gate, and from the tower of Haniel into the king's wine presses. And men shall dwell in it after they have brought out of captivity. And there shall be no more utter destruction, but Jerusalem shall be safely inhabited. And this shall be the plague, please take note, wherewith Yahweh will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet, and their eyes shall consume away in their holes, and their tongue shall consume away in their mouth. And it shall come to pass in that day that a great turmoil from Yahweh shall be among them. For vengeance belongs to Yahweh, and they shall lay hold every one upon the hand of his neighbor, and his hand shall raise up against the hand of his neighbor. And Yehudah also shall fight at Jerusalem, and the wealth of all the heathen round about shall be gathered together, because they have been defeated. They have been destroyed. It says, round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver, a pearl and great abundance. And so shall be the plague of the horse, of the mule, of the camel, and of the ass, and of all the beasts that shall be in these tents, as this plague. And the last verse I'll read is the 16th verse, for it allows us to know once Yahweh destroyed the heathen and their children be left, which would denote the remnant, and it shall come to pass that everyone that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem shall even go up from year to year, because Yahweh king, Yahweh rule. It says from year to year to worship the king, Yahweh of hosts, and to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. So here is a good testimony of how Yahweh, how vengeance belongs to Yahweh, and how Yahweh will avenge and recompense to all that ever afflicted Israel. It allows us to know that Israel must be saved out of the affliction. The scripture tells us all the days of Israel afflictions are evil, so we have to be delivered from evil. And when we are delivered from evil, Yahweh will destroy the adversary and our enemy. It also tells us, if we go back in the book of Isaiah, and let's take a look at the 49th chapter of Isaiah. Isaiah 49, continuing to allow one to see that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. We need to stand still, as Yahweh told Moses to tell the children of Israel. We all should be turning to Isaiah 49. While we are turning to Isaiah 49, I would love to read just one verse out of Exodus 14. Go ahead and turn to Isaiah 49. You can put down Exodus 14 on your notes if you like. I just would like to interject this because it allows us to know vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Yahweh is the one that fights for Israel. Yahweh is the one that fights for his children. Thus we find in Exodus 14, even though we're about to read Isaiah 49, we find in Exodus 14 where Moses told the children of Israel, according to the 13th verse, and Moses said unto the people, fear you not, stand still. He didn't say go fight. He didn't say go check that guy. He didn't say make sure you write a petition. He didn't say march. It says stand still and see the salvation of Yahweh. Guess what? If you went out rashly and you got murdered, would you ever see the salvation of Yahweh? Absolutely not. What about if you stood still? Well, based on the words, you would. For it tells us in the 13th verse, and Moses said unto the people, fear you not, stand still and see the salvation of Yahweh, which he will show to you today. For the Egyptians, your enemy, the adversary, whom ye have seen today, you shall see them again no more forever. Yahweh shall fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. Isaiah 49. And let's pick up at the 8th verse, please. Isaiah 49, verse 8. And it reads, thus said Yahweh, in an acceptable time have I heard thee. The Almighty said, I heard your cry. I seen your affliction. It tells us in the book of Exodus that the whole sojourning of the children of Israel in Egypt was 430 years. The Almighty said, I heard the cry. That whole 430 years, I seen the affliction. That whole 430 years. You say, well, how you know it mean it like that? Because the first chapter of Exodus denotes the affliction. Thus, Isaiah chapter 49, verse 8 reads, thus said Yahweh, in an acceptable time have I heard thee, and in a day of salvation have I helped thee, and I will preserve thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, to establish the earth, to cause to inherit the desolate heritages, that thou mayest say to the prisoners, go forth. To them that are in darkness, show yourselves. They shall feed in the ways, and their pasture shall be in all high places. They shall not hunger nor thirst, neither shall the heat nor sun smite them. For he that hath mercy on them, the enemy never had mercy on us. The adversary never had mercy on us. Nor many of our elders and so-called shepherds, nor did they have any mercy upon us. But it continued to read, for he that hath mercy on them shall lead them. Even by the springs of water shall he guide them. And I will make all my mountains a way, and my highways shall be exalted. Behold, these shall come from far, and lo, these from the north and from the west, these from the land of smitten. Sing, O heavens, and be joyful, O earth, and break forth into singing, O mountains. For Yahweh, it reads, for Yahweh hath comforted his people, and will have mercy upon his afflicted. But Zion said, Yahweh hath forsaken me, and my master hath forgotten me. And that's probably why many people believe that they got to step up themselves. That's probably why many people believe they got to say the things that they've been saying, because they believe that Yahweh has forsaken them. They don't know that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Thus it reads, can a woman forget her suckling child? And it's a shame to answer this correctly, because based on what we have seen with our own eyes, the answer is yes. They do it all the time by way of abortion and many other means. But the question is, can a woman forget her suckling child, that she should not have compassion on the son of her womb? The Almighty answered for us, for who knows better than him? Yea, they may forget, yet will I not forget thee. So rest assured, have hope in these words, and faith in these words, that Yahweh see all that our enemy and our adversary has ever done unto us. And have hope and faith and knowledge to know that vengeance belongs unto Yahweh, and none of them will ever be pardoned. None of them will ever get It continues to tell us in Isaiah 49, verse 16, behold, I have graven thee upon the palm of my hands. Thy walls are continually before me. Thy children shall make haste, thy destroyers, and they that made thee waste shall go forth of thee. Lift up thy eyes round about, and behold, all these gather themselves together and come to thee. As I live, said Yahweh, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all, as with an ornament, and bind them on thee as a bride does. For thy waste and thy desolate places in the land of thy destruction shall even now be too narrow by reason of the inhabitants, and they that swallow thee up shall be far away. The children which thou shalt have after that thou hast lost the others, all those that have been hanging in the trees and shot in their head and tarred and feathered and burnt to death and torn apart, ripped by dogs, all the most despicable ways of murder that you can think of have befallen us as a people. Thus the Almighty said that he will bring forth more sons and daughters after thou hast lost the other. Shall say again in thy ears, the place is too strait for me. Give place to me that I may dwell. Then shalt thou say in thy heart, who have begotten me these? Seeing I have lost my children, and am desolate, a captive, and removing to and fro. And who have brought up these? Behold, I was left alone. These, where have they been? Thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, I will lift up my hand to the Gentiles, and set up my standard to the people, and they shall bring thy sons in their arms, and thy daughters shall be carried upon their shoulders. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers, like our queens with their nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth, like they make us bow down to them with our face to the earth. They dare you to look them in the eye. And lick up the dust of thy feet, and thou shalt know that I am Yahweh, for they shall not be ashamed that wait for me. Wait on Yahweh, I say. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty? I said, we are the prey. Are the lawful captive delivered? But thus said Yahweh, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away. He's going to take us away from the enemy. He's going to take us away from the adversary. He's going to take us away from them whom we have served. And he will judge them. And their judgment is death. Total destruction. All that you have laid on them, I will lay on you. You cursed them, thus you shall be cursed. And the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I, Yahweh alone, will contend with him that contend with you. It didn't say you supposed to contend with him. It didn't say, make sure you let them know you ain't a nigger. You the children of Israel, and the neighborhood you live in is yours. That is nowhere found in the Holy Scriptures. That sounds more like Christianity. to me. It was the Christians that made petitions. It was the Christians that marched it up and down Montgomery, Alabama, and to the White House. That's Christianity, y'all. And you don't even know it. It reads in the last verse, or the last sentence of the 25th verse, for I will contend with him that contend with thee, and I will save thy children. I'm trying to tell them, Yahweh, you're going to save us, and you will take care of everyone that afflicted us. And I will feed them that oppressed thee with their own flesh. We just read it. Zechariah 14. And they shall be drunken with their own blood, as with sweet wine, and all flesh shall know that I, Yahweh, am the Savior and the Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob, and vengeance belongs to Yahweh. It also tells us for it allowed us to know that people had forgotten. They forgot. But Yahweh said he'll never forget. Thus, we already brought up Genesis 12 and 3. I would love to throw in right at this moment Genesis 15. Let us go to Genesis 15 and let's read verse 13 and 14 to allow us to know that Yahweh have not forgotten what he promised Abram, dealing with you and I. Genesis 15. The 13th and 14th verse reads, and he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. Why? Because I already stated, he that bless thee shall be blessed, and he that curse thee shall be cursed. So I got to judge between the two. Thus it reads, will I judge? And afterwards, note, you're going to always win the judgment, for it says, afterwards shall you come out with great substance. Yahweh said, you might forget, but he is promising us that fear him, that depart from evil, that trust in his mercy and truth, that he will never forget. He's going to save you. And I'm going to kill and judge everyone that has afflicted you. Again, the vengeance only denote retribution as a punishment. It also tells us that how Yahweh would do these things if we take a look at Exodus, the 6th chapter. Exodus, the 6th chapter. Few more chapters and verses. Then we should be able to open up for comments and questions. And I would love to hear your comments because I done heard your comments before this presentation. I want to hear your comments after this presentation. Exodus, the 6th chapter, please. By the law and by the testimony, where we show forth the truth of the matter, dealing with vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Exodus 6, verse 6. And it reads in the 6th verse, to the 8th verse. Exodus 6, verse 6 to the 8th verse. Wherefore say unto the children. We must start at 5. The 5th verse, it reads, and I have also heard the groanings, the same groanings that you're making today. And that's what I'm really trying to show. I'm trying to show your acts only denote groaning. Your acts only denote that you're crying. Your acts only denote that you're in a land of your enemies. Your acts only denote that you're not the Israelite you claim to be, that you're not under the covenant of the law today, that the law works not for you in this man's land. That's all this presentation is about. And it allows us to know, because of that state, vengeance belongs unto Yahweh. Your acts just denote that you are afflicted. Your acts just denote that you are crying out. That's a cry. Even though you're petitioning the enemy, even though you're making a petition to the adversary, in Yahweh's eyes, it is a cry. In the wise men's eye, that fear Yahweh, that depart from evil, that confirm every word, in their eyes, your acts is nothing but a cry. And I have taught for over 20 years, we cry every day. I don't care how much you talk about you under the covenant of the law. I bet you cry. It tells us, again in the 5th verse, and I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. One of the covenants that he is remembering is, according to Exodus, the 15th chapter, the 14th verse. I'm coming to judge who you have served. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, the oppression, the affliction, the evil, and I will rid you out of their bondage. And I will redeem you with a stretched out arm, vengeance, and with great judgment. Vengeance, and don't forget, you won the judgment. And I will take you to me for a people. I will love for anybody to show me one verse out of their religion where their God took a people from him that was stronger than them, and that God made them people his. Please show me that. And y'all should have something, because you constantly downing what we teach about Yahweh. You constantly speaking about another name, and another book, and everything. But out of all the books you talking about, you can't show this verse. You can't show one place in history where Yahweh saved the people from one that was stronger than them and made them his people, except the children of Israel. Today, the children of Israel find themselves in a land that is not theirs, being servants and afflicted. And we're not going to confirm and witness these words? Who need to be saved more than us? to where we will throw these words behind us and go out there and write up a petition or go marching or tell the world how they feel about the white man not treating them right and not allowing them to be as equally evil as they are. Because that's what you've been begging for, equal rights. It reads, Israel, in closing of this chapter, wherefore say, the 6th verse, wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm and with great judgment, vengeance, and I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you a Elohim, and you shall know that I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which bring you out from under the burdens, the affliction, the oppression, the trials and tribulations, the troubles, the evils of the Egyptians. And I will bring you in to the land concerning which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And I will give it to you for an heritage. I am Yahweh. After reading this, I would never call on anyone else to save me. Why would you? When there is none that ever saved but Yahweh. It also tells us, so it allows us to know, this vengeance belongs to Yahweh, and it came by way of a strong hand. Well, let's take a look at Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. For Yahweh changed not. He told his people among the prophets that he have already told you the end to the beginning. So let's take a look at Deuteronomy 6. All these things going to go together, hand in hand. How can two walk together except they be agreed? All these words are agreeing with one another. Not so with our brothers and sisters teaching, though. Deuteronomy 6, if we pick up at the 12th verse, it tells us this. Then beware, lest I forget Yahweh, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt. And many of us have already forgotten because we're trying to deliver ourselves. We're trying to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We're trying to complain about the enemy not giving us equal rights, that we can't be as evil as they is. It says, then beware lest I forget Yahweh, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim, and serve him, and shalt swear by his name. You shall not go after other gods of the people which are round about you. For Yahweh thy Elohim is a jealous Elohim among you. Lest the anger of Yahweh thy Elohim be kindled against you, and destroy you from off the face of the earth. Ye shall not tempt Yahweh your Elohim, as you tempted him in Massah. Ye shall diligently keep the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, and his testimonies, and his statutes which he hath commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of Yahweh, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land, which Yahweh sware unto thy fathers, to cast out all thy enemies from before thee, as Yahweh has spoken. And when thy sons ask thee in time to come, saying, what means the testimony, and the statutes, and the judgments, which Yahweh our Elohim has commanded you? Then thou shalt say unto thy son, we were Pharaoh's bondsmen, in Egypt. And Yahweh brought us out of Egypt with vengeance. It reads, with a mighty hand. And Yahweh showed signs and wonders great and sore upon Egypt. Vengeance upon Pharaoh and upon all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in to give us the land which he swore unto our fathers. And Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahweh our Elohim for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is, or as it was at that day, or at this day. That was the 40th year of the Israelite wandering in the wilderness. It's not talking about you and I today. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before Yahweh our Elohim, as he have commanded us. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah again. Let's go to Isaiah 35. Isaiah 35. And it tells us in Isaiah 35, and pick up at the very first verse. Isaiah 35, the first verse. And it reads, it denotes a path of holiness. It allows us to know vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Thus it reads, the wilderness and the solitary place shall be glad for them. For who? Those that will be saved. And the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. And it shall blossom abundantly and rejoice even with joy and singing. The glory of Lebanon shall be given into it, the excellency of Carmel and Sharon. They shall see the glory of Yahweh and the excellency of our Elohim. Strengthen ye the weak hands and confirm the feeble knees. Say unto them, as I am saying today, vengeance belongs to Yahweh. It reads, say unto them that are of a fearful heart, be strong, fear not. Behold, your Elohim will come with what? Vengeance. Even Yahweh with a recompense. He will come and save you. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, because they closed today. And the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped, because they stopped it up today. Then shall the lame men jump as an hart, and the tongue of the dumb sing. For in the wilderness shall the waters break out, and streams in the desert. And the parched ground shall become a pool, and the thirsty land springs of water, and the habitations of dragons, where each lay, shall be grass with reeds and rushes. And an highway shall be there, and a way, and it shall be called the way of holiness. The unclean, the adversary, the enemy shall not pass over it, but it shall be for those, the wayfaring men, though fools shall not err therein. No lion or beast shall be there, nor any ravenous beast shall go up thereon. It shall not be found there. But the redeemed, those that were saved, those that was taken by Yahweh's hand, shall walk there. And the ransomed of Yahweh shall return, the remnant, and come to Zion with songs and everlasting joy upon their heads. They shall obtain joy and gladness, and sorrow and sighing shall flee away. That's what happens when you allow vengeance to be Yahweh. When you don't, these things don't befall you. You wind up being killed. You wind up being murdered. You wind up being on the run and wind up being locked up for life because you're speaking against their system. It also tells us, while we in Isaiah, let's take a look at the 54th chapter. Because all these things, this vengeance belongs to Yahweh because Yahweh loved you. All these things is based on his love for you out of all the people on the earth. He the one fight for you. The other nations fight for themselves with their God of their own imagination. Yahweh fight for you against all the nations and their imagination. Isaiah 54 right quick. And let's read to the 17th verse. Isaiah 54. Sing, O barren, thy that did not bear, break forth into singing, and cry aloud, thy that did not travel with child. For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife, said Yahweh. Enlarge the place of thy tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of thy habitation. Spare not, lifting thy cords, and stripping thy stakes. For thou shalt break forth on the right hand and on the left, and thy seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and make the desolate cities to be inhabited. Fear not, for thou shalt not be ashamed, neither be thou confounded, for thou shalt not be put to shame, for thou shalt forget the shame of thy youth, and shall not remember the reproach of thy widowhood anymore. Why not? It reads, for thy Maker is thy husband. Yahweh of hosts is his name. And thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. The Elohim of the whole earth shall he be called. For Yahweh have called thee as a woman forsaken, and grieved in spirit, and a wife of youth, when thy was refused, said thy Elohim. For a small moment, note, they further the affliction. It reads, for a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies and vengeance will I gather thee. In a little wrath I hid my face from thee for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy upon you, said Yahweh, thy Redeemer. For this is as the waters of Noah unto me. For as I have sworn that the waters of Noah should no more go over the earth, so have I sworn that I would not be wroth with thee, nor rebuke thee. For the mountains shall depart, and the hills be removed, but my kindness shall not depart from you, neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed, said Yahweh, that have mercy upon thee. Oh, thy afflicted, tossed it with temperance and not comfort, dealing with all these trials and tribulations, being a servant and afflicted. Behold, I will lay thy stones with fair colors, and lay thy foundation with sapphires. And I will make thy windows a gate, and thy gates a cockabarrels, and all thy borders of pleasant stones. And all thy children shall be taught of Yahweh, once you are saved. And great shall be the peace of thy children. In righteousness shall thy be established. Thy shall be far from oppression, because of Yahweh's vengeance. For thy shall not fear, and from terror, for it shall not come near thee. Behold, they shall surely gather together. They still want to kill you, but not by me. I didn't send them. Whosoever shall gather together against you shall fall for thy sake. Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bring forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy. He is confirming and allowing you to know no weapon that is formed, no white man, no nation that is formed against thee shall prosper. And every tongue that shall rise against thee, go home, nigga. Get out my neighborhood, nigga. This is my job, nigga. It says, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. Only because vengeance belongs to Yahweh. So once Yahweh displays his vengeance, it says, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, and their righteousness is of me. I'm the one favoring them in the judgment, said Yahweh. It also tells us, if we take a quick look, I'll just use a couple. Let's go to Jeremiah 51 right quick. Jeremiah 51. And it tells us in Jeremiah 51, if we read the 5th verse, Jeremiah 51:5 tells us, for Israel have not been forsaken, nor Yehuda of his Elohim, of Yahweh of hosts, though their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. Flee out of the midst of Babylon, your captivity, and deliver every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of Yahweh's vengeance. He will render unto your enemy, to the adversary, to those that have oppressed thee, a recompense. And as I stated, this vengeance belongs to Yahweh, only denote retribution as a punishment. Revenge, that which is due for what you have done. And he told the Israelites to flee. It put me in the mind of when Yahweh brought forth his vengeance upon Sodom and Gomorrah, and he delivered Abraham's nephew and his wife. And he told them to flee. You don't want to get caught up in what I'm about to do to the enemy. Well, one of them didn't understand what that meant, and that was his wife, to where she had to, like to say, curiosity killed the cat. Well, the cat turned around. The cat was curious, and the cat became a pillar of salt, died, got caught up in the iniquities. That's what you just read in Jeremiah. Jeremiah is telling the people, well, Yahweh about to come with vengeance upon Babylon. Get out of there and don't get caught up in the iniquity. For this is the time of Yahweh's vengeance. He will render unto her, your enemy, a recompense. It also tells us in that same chapter, if you take a look at the 36th verse, and it reads, therefore thus said Yahweh, behold, I will plead thy cause. Whatever your cause is, racism, unjust, murdering the youth, the elder, Yahweh said, therefore thus said Yahweh, behold, I alone will plead thy cause and take vengeance for who? For you. And I will dry up her sea and make her springs dry. Just talking about how the desolation and the drought and all that will destroy the land and the people. But I wanted you to catch where the Almighty has stated out the mouth of Jeremiah, I will plead thy cause and take vengeance for you. That means for you to stand still. That means for you to continue to hope in these words. Let's go to Ezekiel 25. Ezekiel 25. We're coming to a close. We're going to narrow it down to vengeance belongs to Yahweh and why vengeance belongs to Yahweh. And all this is done just for you. Those that have been called forsaken. Those that have been called the outcast. Those that have been labeled as the have-not. This is done for you. Ezekiel 25. And it tells us in the 25th chapter of Ezekiel, and let's start reading at the 12th verse. Ezekiel 25, verse 12, we read to the 17th verse, and it reads, and it's just a part of the scriptures where the Almighty had prophesied in the book of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, and let them know how he will destroy the nations that have afflicted you. Thus it reads in the 12th verse of the 25th chapter of Ezekiel. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, because that Edom have dealt against the house of Yehuda. Note how they dealt against the house of Yehuda by taking vengeance, and have greatly offended and revenged himself upon them. This is what Edom did to Israel. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will also stretch out my hand upon Edom, because they took vengeance upon you. They cursed you. He that cursed you shall be cursed. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will also stretch out my hand upon Edom, and will cut off man and beast from it. And I will make it desolate from Teman, and they of Dedan shall fall by the sword. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel. Did you hear that? And they shall do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury. And they shall know my vengeance, said Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh, Elohim, because the Philistines have dealt by revenge and have taken vengeance with a despiteful heart to destroy it for the old hatred. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, I will stretch out my hand upon the Philistines, and I will cut off the Cherubim and destroy the remnant of the sea coast. And I will execute great vengeance upon them with furious rebukes. And they shall know, as you know today, that I am Yahweh, when I shall lay my vengeance upon them. Again, Israel, vengeance only belongs to Yahweh. I don't care what nation of people it is. Let's take a quick look in the book of Jeremiah. We want to read a little bit out of Jeremiah 30. Let's go to Jeremiah 30. We're going to read a little bit out of Jeremiah 30, a little bit out of Jeremiah 31, and a little bit out of Jeremiah 33. But before we go there, let's hear the wisdom that Yahweh gave his people when he told them vengeance belongs to Yahweh. So instead of going to Jeremiah 30, let's go to Jeremiah 29 first. Jeremiah 29. And we want to pick up at the 4th verse. Jeremiah 29 and 4. And it reads, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, and to all that are carried away captives, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem into Babylon. Note the instructions. Note the hope. And note how you were to be still. Build you houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take you wives, not wives of your enemy. You can't be racist. You can't call yourself racist or say you're being attacked by a group of people, but you only dislike the men, but you love the women. No, it says, take you wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that you may be increased there in your captivity under that servitude and affliction, and not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whether I have caused you to be carried away captive, no matter what city you're in. And pray. And I know a lot of you saying, I believe everything the brother read until he got to this part. Well, your murmuring is not against me. It's against your maker. And if you don't follow the instructions of wisdom, you're going to find yourself caught up. Because you're not going to understand that vengeance is Yahweh, so you're going to take vengeance, and you're the one going to be caught up with none to help. Thus it reads, and seek the peace of the city, whether I cause you to be carried away captives, and pray and to Yahweh for it. It didn't say pray to the enemy God. It didn't say pray to the enemy. It says pray into your maker for it. For in the peace thereof shall you have peace. So a lot of us have a peace of mind knowing that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. You that don't know that vengeance belongs to Yahweh, you ain't got no peace. You are going to hurry up and run after that person. You're going to hurry up and run after that institution because you have no peace. You're full of anger. You can't control your spirit. But the wise can. Thus it reads, again in the 7th verse, seek the peace of the city where thou cause you to be carried away captive, and pray unto Yahweh for it. For in the peace thereof shall you have peace. And I tell my brothers and sisters all the time, I'm praying for you, brother. I'm praying for you, sister, because that's all I can do. I ain't going to lie to you. I'm praying for myself of all the trials and tribulations I endure every day. If I ain't got no strength for me, how am I going to have some strength for you? So the matter of the case is, put it in your maker hands. Vengeance belongs to him. He's telling you to pray to him, and he the one can make them show you pity. According to Psalms 106, according to Psalms 103, he is the one that made them pity us. He the one that made them show us compassion. Thus it reads again in the 7th verse. Seek the peace of the city, whether I cause you to be carried away captive, and pray, not petition, not march, not fight, pray into Yahweh for it. Why? What wisdom is in that? It says, for in the peace thereof shall you have peace. And you don't receive a little peace. You done got from the cotton field nigger to the industrial nigger in the city. You done got a little peace, a little mercy, a little pity has been shown to you while you endure this servitude and affliction. But vengeance, to make it right, to recompense, belongs only to Yahweh. Thus, it warned them, as I am warning you today. Quit listening to these brothers and sisters that don't know the ways of Yahweh. It says in the 8th verse, for thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, let not your prophets and your diviners, and that's what I call them. I don't call them no prophets. I call them diviners, that be in the midst of you, deceive you, neither hearken to your dreams, which you caused to be dreamed. For they prophesied falsely unto you in my name. I have not sent them, said Yahweh. Did you not? Have you not seen what Brother Samuel just brought out today? I have not sent them. The 30th chapter of Jeremiah. And let's pick up at the 3rd verse. And it reads, the 3rd verse. Now I'm going to start at the 2nd because it denoted what I just read. Thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, saying, write thee all the words that I have spoken unto thee in a book. For lo, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel, and Yehudah, said Yahweh, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that Yahweh speak concerning Israel and concerning Yehudah. For thus said Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear and not of peace. As you now, and see whether a man does travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his lions, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Yahweh vengeance. It reads, it is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. For it shall come to pass in that day, said Yahweh of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and I will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of you, but they shall serve Yahweh their Elohim, and David their king, whom I will raise up into them. Therefore fear thy not, O my servant Jacob, said Yahweh. Don't be scared of them gathering together. Don't be scared of them telling you how they truly feel. It says, neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from far, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. And note the 11th verse. For I am with thee, said Yahweh, to save thee, though I make a full end of all nations. You get it? You won the judgment. Almighty said, I'm saving you, even though I'm making an end of all the nations. All the other people getting destroyed. I saved you, though. And that's what it's all about. You are the apple of his eye. Right now, your remembrance has ceased. All you know yourself as is a poor black man or a poor black woman that have been forced into servitude and affliction. That's all you know. The Almighty knows the original design, why he chose you, and why he will protect you forever. Thus it reads, for I am with thee, said Yahweh, to save thee, though I make a full end of all nations, whether I have scattered thee. Yet will I not make a full end of you, but I will correct you in measure, as a father correct a son in whom he is well pleased. And I will not leave thee altogether unpunished. I'm going to punish you because I want you to do right. I want to correct you. I'm not one of those foolish men that will allow their children to stick metal in a light socket or something to see what happened. No, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to correct you and make sure you never do it again. Thus it reads in the 12th verse. For thus said Yahweh, thy bruise is incurable, and thy wound is grievous. There is none to plead thy cause. A petition, marching, none of those things plead our cause. If you're going to plead our cause, you got to kill those that killed us. Other than that, have a seat and wait on Yahweh. It says, in the 13th verse of Jeremiah 30 again, there is none to plead thy cause, that thou mayest be bound up. Thou hast no healing medicine. All thy lovers, even the ones that are going to sit down and talk with you and allow you to sign the petition that might help organize the march, all thy lovers have forgotten thee. They seek thee not, for I have wounded thee. Note, who have wounded you. So every time you fight against what is afflicting you, you're fighting against Yahweh. That's why he said, vengeance is his. Sit still and wait. It reads, all thy lovers have forgotten thee. They seek thee not, for I have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one. For the multitude of thy iniquities, because of which you did under the covenant of the law in my land, because thy sins were increased. Why criest thou for thy affliction, thy sorrow is incurable. For the multitude of thy iniquities, because thy sins were increased, I have done these things unto thee. But your brother is trying to teach you all is not lost. He wants you to fear me. He wants you to depart from evil. He wants you to wait on your maker. Thus the 16th verse reads, therefore, all they that devoured you, all your enemies, shall be devoured. Because vengeance belongs to Yahweh, and he will not pardon now one of them. It says, and all thy adversaries, every one of them, as it is written, shall go into captivity. And they that spoil thee shall be a spoil. And all that prey upon you will I give for a prey. For I, Yahweh, will restore health into thee. Nothing else. No brotherhood, no neighborhood, or any other hood could restore health to us. The only one that can restore health to us, and the only thing is the vengeance of Yahweh. For I will restore health into thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, said Yahweh, because they called thee an outcast, saying, this is Zion, who no man seeketh after. Thus said Yahweh, behold, I alone will bring again the captivity of Jacob's tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places. And the city shall be built upon her own heap, and the palace shall remain after the manner thereof. And out of you shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them that make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify you, and they shall not be small. Their children also shall be as aforetime, and their congregation shall be established before me. And I will punish all that oppress them, and their nobles shall be of themselves wise men. They ain't going to have you doing nothing that Yahweh told you not to do. It says, their nobles shall be of themselves, and their governor shall proceed from the midst of them. And I will cause him to draw near me, and he shall approach unto me. For who is this that engage his heart to approach unto me, said Yahweh? And you shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Behold, the whirlwind of Yahweh goes forth with fury, vengeance, and a continued whirlwind. It shall fall with pain upon the head of the wicked. The furious anger of Yahweh shall not return. The vengeance that belongs to Yahweh shall not return until he have done it, and until he have performed the intent of his heart. In the latter days, you shall consider it. And I am considering it, and I am confirming it this day. The 31st chapter of Jeremiah. If we pick up at the very first verse and read to the 14th verse, and it reads, at that time, at the same time, said Yahweh, will I be the Elohim of all the families of Israel, and they shall be my people. Thus said Yahweh, the people which were left of the sword found grace in the wilderness, even Israel, when I went to cause him to rest. Yahweh hath appeared of old unto me, saying, yea, I have loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore, the reason why, with vengeance, it don't read like that, but it says, therefore, with loving kindness have I drawn thee. That drawing was by way of vengeance. was by way of that mighty hand. Again, I will build thee, and thou shalt be built, O virgin of Israel. Thou shalt again be adorned with thy tabrets, and shalt go forth in the dances of them that make merry. Thou shalt yet plant vines upon the mountains of Samaria. The planters shall plant, and shall eat them as common things. For there shall be a day, the watchman upon the mount Ephraim shall cry, Arise ye, and let us go up to Zion, and to Yahweh our Elohim. For thus said Yahweh, Sing with gladness for Jacob, and shout among the chief of the nations. Praise you, and say, Yahweh save thy people, the remnant of Israel. Behold, I will bring them from the north country, and gather them from the coasts of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, the woman with child, and her that travel with child. Together a great company shall return tighter. They shall come with weeping and with supplications. Will I lead them? I will cause them to walk by the rivers of water in a straight way, wherein they shall not stumble. For I am a father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn. Hear the word of Yahweh, O you nations, and declare it in the isles afar off, as I am doing this day. And say, He that scattered Israel will gather him, and keep him as a shepherd does his flock. For Yahweh have redeemed Jacob, and ransomed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he. Therefore, the reason why they shall come and sing in the heights of Zion, and shall flow together to the goodness of Yahweh. For wheat, and for wine, and for oil, and for the young of the flock and of the herd, and their soul shall be as a watered garden, and they shall not sorrow any more at all. Then shall the virgin rejoice in the dance, both young man and old together. For I, Yahweh, will turn their mourning into joy, and will comfort them and make them rejoice from their sorrow. And I will saturate the soul of the priestess with fatness, and my people shall be satisfied with my goodness, said Yahweh. The 33rd chapter, please. And it tells us in the 33rd chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, continuing to allow us to know what it means when Yahweh told his children, but vengeance belongs unto him. The 33rd chapter, the first verse says, Moreover, after all what you just read and heard in the 29th chapter, the 30th chapter, the 31st chapter, now you find yourself in the 33rd chapter, and it says, Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to Jeremiah the second time, while he was yet shut up in the court of the prison, saying, Thus said Yahweh, the maker thereof, Yahweh that formed it, to establish it. Yahweh is his name. Call unto me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things. And the great and mighty thing that we have shown today is vengeance belongs unto Yahweh. And we have shown this to whoever find themselves on this call in the world. It reads, For thus, mighty things which thou knowest not, and many of you didn't know this. For thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, concerning the house of this city, and concerning the houses of the kings of Yehudah, which are thrown down by the mounts, by the sword, they come to fight with the Chaldeans, but it is to fill them with the dead bodies of men, whom I have slain in my anger and in my fury, and for all those wickedness I have hid my face from this city. But behold, I will bring it health and cure, and I will cure them and will reveal unto them the abundance of peace and truth. And I will cause the captivity of Yehudah and the captivity of Israel to return, and will build them as at the first. And I will cleanse them from all their iniquity. It allows you to know all the way up to Yahweh vengeance, you're going to be dirty, whereby they have sinned against me. And I will pardon. These are the people that Yahweh going to forgive. Out of all the families on the earth, the Holy Scripture, your Bible only speak about one family that will be pardoned. And that is you. That's your family. It says, and I will pardon all their iniquities, whereby they have sinned, and whereby they have transgressed against me. And it shall be to me this great pardoning, this great mercy, this great forgiveness, this great grace. It says, it shall be to me a name of joy, a praise. We say hallelujah every day. I hear people say hallelujah, hallelujah, but I don't really see the people say, why? Why is you praising him? When our people praise Yah, it was based on what he had done and said. So here it tells us, again in the 9th verse of the 33rd chapter of Jeremiah, and it shall be to me a name of joy, a praise, and an honor before all the nations of the earth, which shall hear of all the good that I do unto you. And they shall fear and tremble for all the goodness and for all the prosperity that I procure into you. Thus said Yahweh again, there shall be heard in this place, which you say shall be desolate without man and without beast, even in the cities of Yehudah and in the streets of Jerusalem that are desolate, without man and without inhabitants and without beast, the voice of joy and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride. No more shacking up. You'll be proud to take that woman to be your wife, and that woman will be proud to take that man for her husband after so many years of the desolate, being of the desolate, being of the unmarried. In this day, you will be more than willing. It says, the voice of them that shall say, praise Yahweh of hosts. For Yahweh is good, for his mercy endures forever. And of them that shall bring the sacrifice of praise into the house of Yahweh. For I will cause to return the captivity of the land as at the first, said Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh of hosts again in this place, which is desolate, without man and without beast, and in all the cities thereof shall be an habitation of shepherds, causing their flock to lie down. In the cities of the mountains, in the cities of the vale, and in the cities of the south, and in the land of Benjamin, and in the places about Jerusalem, in the cities of Yehudah, shall the flock pass again under the hand of him that tell them, said Yahweh. Behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will perform that good thing which I have promised unto the house of Israel and to the house of Yahushua. And those things is that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. And once Yahweh display that vengeance, we are saved. And once we are saved, these are the things that we are to inquire of Yahweh of, or these are the things that we are to hope in, that Yahweh will display for us once he bring forth his vengeance upon the heathen. And you will find that a few of these things. I didn't put down everything, but right now let's go to one of them, and that is found in Isaiah 60. Isaiah 60. What will happen after Yahweh display his vengeance upon all those whom we have served and all those who have afflicted us? Isaiah 60. It tells us in Isaiah 60, we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, this is after Yahweh's vengeance. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of Yahweh is risen upon you. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But Yahweh shall arise upon you, and his glory shall be seen upon you. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. Lift up thy eyes round about, and see. All they gather themselves together. They come to thee. Thy sons shall come from far, and thy daughters shall be nursed at thy side. Then thou shalt see and flow together, and thy heart shall fear and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be converted into thee. All that back taxes, all that underpaying they done paid you, you're going to get all that. You're going to get it all back. It says, the forces of the Gentiles shall come into thee. The multitude of camels shall cover thee. The dumeraries of Midian and Ephah, all they from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and increase. They shall bring gold and incense, and they shall flow together the praises of Yahweh. All the flock of Kedar shall be, eyes going a little bad, together into thee. The rams of Nebalta shall minister unto thee. They shall come up with acceptance on my altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory. Who are these that fly as a cloud and as the dove to their windows? It is you and I. Surely the owl shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring thy sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, and to the name of Yahweh thy Elohim. Don't forget, Genesis 15, the 13th, 14th verse. Yahweh will judge them whom thou hast served, and afterwards you will come out with great substance. It says, to bring thy sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, and to the name of Yahweh thy Elohim, and to the Holy One of Israel, because he hath glorified you. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto you. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on you. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day or night. that men may bring into you the forces, the riches of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee, the nation and kingdom that will curse thee, shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted. The glory of Lebanon shall come into thee, the fir tree, the pine tree, the box tree, together to beautify the place of my sanctuary. And I will make the place of my feet glorious. The sons also of them that afflict thee shall come bending into thee. Right now, they don't come bending. They just rarely tell you, I ain't do it. That was my father. Well, my grandfather did it. I didn't do it. I'm not guilty. I'm blessed. They say the same thing their father said before they got destroyed. It continued to tell us, in the 14th verse, the sons also of them that afflict thee shall come bending into thee, and all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the sole of thy feet. So anybody that try to intimidate you today and called you nigger and made you not allows you to look them in their eyes and all, that is the same thing. You're going to be able to do all those things against these people. Vengeance is Yahweh. It's not time to act. Wait on Yahweh. When Yahweh acts, you're going to be able to get all your vengeance back on all the heathens. It's going to be their children, but you still going to be able to get all your vengeance back on those children. Thus it reads. And all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the sole of thy feet, and they shall call you the city of Yahweh, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel, whereas thy has been forsaken. They was calling you nigger and hated, so that no man went through thee. I will make thee an eternal excellency. Right now, you the nigger. I'm going to make you an eternal excellency. You're going to be the sons and daughters of Yahweh, a joy of many generations. Thou shalt also suck the milk of the Gentiles, and shall suck the breast of kings. And thou shalt know that I, Yahweh, am thy Savior and thy Redeemer, the mighty one, not two, the mighty one of Jacob. For brass I will bring gold, and for iron I will bring silver, and for wood brass, and for stone iron. I will also make thy officers peace, and thy extractors righteousness. Violence shall no more be heard in thy land, wasting nor destruction within thy borders. But thou shalt call thy walls salvation, and thy gates praise. The sun shall be no more thy light by day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light into thee. But Yahweh shall be into thee an everlasting light, and thy Elohim thy glory. The sun shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself. For Yahweh shall be thy everlasting light, and the days of thy mourning, crying, shall be ended. Thy people also shall be all righteous. They shall inherit the land forever. Note, you righteous now. The branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that all this is done, that Yahweh may be sanctified. It reads, that I may be glorified. A little one shall become 1,000, and a small one a strong nation. I, Yahweh, alone will hasten it in his time. For there is a time and season for everything under the sun. Two more places, which is Jeremiah. Let us go to Jeremiah, the 16th chapter, and we will close this presentation with Psalms 49. Right now, let's go to Jeremiah 16. And it tells us in Jeremiah 16, further confirming what we have read thus far. It allows us to know in Jeremiah the 16th chapter, the 14th verse, to the 21st verse, and it reads, therefore, after you done read and heard and believed all that you have read, heard, and believed, therefore, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that it shall no more be said, Yahweh lives, that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But Yahweh lived, that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, and from all the lands whither he hath driven them. And I will bring them again to their land that I gave unto their fathers. Behold, I will send for many fishers, said Yahweh, and they shall fish them. And after will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill, and out of all the holes of the rocks where they have been scattered. For my eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face, neither is their iniquity hid from my eyes. And first I will recompense their iniquity and their sins double, which he did. And he rewarded them double, because they had defiled my land. They have filled my inheritance with the carcasses of their detestable and abominable things. O Yahweh, my strength and my fortress, and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come into thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely, note, and that's what they're saying to you today. It reads, the Gentiles shall come into thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited life. And they have. They don't know that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Many of these crackers believe that they are the chosen people. We just read out of the volume of the book that many of these nations believe that they are right for what and how they treat you and I. They even feel that they are blessed. Thus it reads in the 19th verse, O Yahweh, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come into thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely we ain't at fault. Our fathers, our grandfathers did all that evil to you. Surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. Because they that curse Israel shall die, or they that curse Israel shall be cursed. Ain't no profit in a curse. Shall a man make gods into himself, and they are no gods? That's exactly what they did. And they allowed you to fellowship with them. Thus you call on Jesus today. Therefore, behold, I will this once cause them to know. I will cause them to know my hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is Yahweh. And you shall also know that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. In closing, let us go to Psalms 149. Our dear brother Zechariah asked us, Will any of the sons or daughters of Israel help in Yahweh vengeance? Let us answer that with Psalms 149 in closing. And then we'll open up for all the comments and questions you have. Psalms 149, verse 1. And it reads, Hallelujah, sing unto Yahweh a new song. And the new song that we are singing today is Vengeance Belongs Only to Yahweh. Sit still, brothers and sisters, and wait on your Maker. A new song, and his praise in the congregation of saints. Let Israel rejoice in him that made him. Let Israel trust in him that made him. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their King. Let them praise his name in the dance. Let them sing praises unto him with the timbrel and harp. For Yahweh take pleasure in his people. He will brutify the meek with salvation. Let the saints be joyful in glory. Let them sing aloud upon their beds as I do each and every day, saying, vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Let the high praises of Yahweh be in their mouth, and a two-edged sword in your hand. For what? To execute vengeance. Well, I thought you said vengeance belongs to Yahweh, and I did. But I also answered my brother, Zechariah, well, would the people ever help Yahweh in his vengeance? And I said yes. And I can't add, nor can I take away, or I will be found a liar. Thus, it tells us in the 7th verse of Psalms 149, let the high praises of Yahweh be in your mouth and a two-edged sword in your hands, to execute vengeance upon the heathen and punishment. Vengeance belongs to Yahweh, denotes retribution as a punishment. It says to execute vengeance upon the heathen and punishments upon the people, to bind their kings as they binded ours with chains, and their nobles as they binded our nobles with feathers of iron, to execute upon them the judgment written. Lo, you won the judgment. This honor have all his saints. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. And that will be the end of the presentation, which was called Vengeance Belongs into Yahweh. Two minutes per comment or question, and please allow us to know who we are speaking with. Is there any comments or questions?
Praise God. I would love to comment. I want to come. My name is Elder Renea Deborah Israel. I'm calling from Florence, New Jersey, and my comment is brief but completes my entire thought. The teaching today was excellent. It definitely encourages me to look forward to the end. I just began singing a song. I opened my mouth. I say to Yahweh, and I won't turn back. and that's an old one. Goes on. I will not, and I will not. I'm going to go on to see what the end's going to be. And that's the truth. I'm so joyful because of what you taught today in what we can look forward to. If we turn to Him and are trusting in Him and knowing promises that He's told us, just believe and wait. Praise Yah. So, shalom. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah. And that was very wisely spoken, elder sister, for it tells us the exact same words in Psalm 27, verse 13 and 14. I had fainted unless I had believed to see the goodness of Yahweh in the land of the living. Wait on Yahweh. Yes. Be of good courage, as you stated. Be of good courage, and He shall strengthen thy heart. Wait, I say, on Yahweh, because vengeance belongs to Yahweh.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Is there any other comments or questions? Very wisely spoken, sister.
Praise Yah.
Shalom.
Shalom. Who are we talking to?
This is Sister Diane.
Hallelujah.
Thank you that I appreciate these teachings. This teaching hits so deep for me because I pay so much attention to what's going on in law and in politics and things like that. And I see a group of our people demanding reparations as if they have any power. And then I see another group of our people thinking that a man is going to save them from this situation. It's not just JC that they worship in. It's the man in the White House. It's a lot going on, and I'm so thankful for this lesson because it just fortifies that Yahweh is in control and that He is doing this for a purpose to us. Until we humble ourselves and let Yahweh handle what He needed to handle with us in the discipline process, we ain't going nowhere.
Absolutely correct. I had to leave for a second to grab another phone, but I heard you state about the reparation that many of our brothers speak about. And we gave a presentation a few years about that, and we told the world, our brothers and sisters, that you're selling yourself cheap. You're selling yourself cheap. The Almighty said, vengeance belongs to Him. And when He executes His vengeance, He said, your gates will not be shut because of all the forces, the riches of the Gentiles will come to you. So what you want, that or a check?
Hallelujah. It's what's crazy is they, in the judgment process, the guilty never gets to decide what their judgment is.
Absolutely.
And they're deciding what to give us as if they're not the guilty party.
As it said in the volume of the book, they're not the guilty party. They say they are not guilty. Matter of fact, they say they blessed. So they want to give you this. They're going to give you a check. Like the stimulus check they just gave you a couple of years ago. The same thing.
That's right.
But the poor and afflicted, many of us going to accept it. Now, I'm not going to ever tell you if the white boy, because I know how the Almighty works. The Almighty might make him show us peace. He might make him show us some compassion. So if the white boy came out just like the stimulus check and say, I'm going to give you this money if you take it or not, I'm going to tell every one of you, take it.
That's right.
But take it with the mindset that vengeance belongs to Yahweh. This ain't the reparation.
Excellent. Excellent.
That's right.
You ain't got to tell them what you know. A lot of times we get in trouble when we tell them what we know.
That's right.
Don't forget what happened to King Hezekiah. Isaiah asked him, what all did you show that man? And he said, I showed him everything. Like, man, don't you know you messed up? You messed up. So you don't got to tell the enemy how you feel. We are discussing as a family, brothers and sisters, on this presentation. Now, if they happen to do that, I'm not going to cut down none of our brothers and sisters that take the money, because you need the money.
That's right.
You're trying to survive an affliction and oppression. So that's just like if you drown it in the ocean and the enemy send a boat. That would be equivalent of me saying, don't get on the boat. Oh, no, I'm going to tell you, get your butt on that boat and save yourself.
Hallelujah.
Right.
Very wisely spoken, sister. Nothing but the truth. Is there any other comments or questions?
Brother Nahum, just want to say, great lesson. And I'm really getting a clear understanding now.
Yes.
A real clear understanding. I'm just thankful for you, Brother Sam. Just don't know. And when I ride, go places, I listen to you in the truck. And, it's just, I always knew that the one who scattered is the one going to gather us. So, and I know that we as a people can't do nothing against these people. They got all the power and all of this and this and that. So I always knew that I got to wait on Yahweh. I always knew that.
Hallelujah, because you can't beat his weapon. But he let you know that there is no weapon formed that would destroy you. He the one using the enemy as the weapon. And he's confirming to us and reassuring us that there is no weapon formed that will destroy you, because I'm the creator of the weapon. So sit back like a child, like a good child supposed to do. Once he got corrected by his parents, the parents might have said, now go on up to your room. But that's where you're supposed to stay until the parents call you out the room. So that's how we are. We in this room being chastised by our Father who loves us, and we are to wait on him to call us out of that room. And when he calls us out of that room, anything that ever afflicted us in that room gets destroyed.
Praise mighty Yahweh.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
His mercy endures forever. Very wisely spoken, my brother. And another thing that a lot of us didn't understand, like you said, you didn't really know that we didn't have no power. Whereas something else that we don't know. And I just displayed it by saying that no weapon formed can destroy us, because Yahweh is using them as the weapon. But this is something else that a lot of us didn't know and don't know even today. And it is found, let me find it right quick. In the 42nd chapter of Isaiah. It tells us, if we take a quick look in Isaiah 42, it tells us in the 23rd verse, and I'm asking the same question. It says, who among you will give ear to this? Who will hearken and hear for the time to come? Who gave Jacob for a spoil and Israel to the robbers? Did not Yahweh, he against whom we have sinned? For they would not walk in his ways, neither were they obedient to his law. Therefore, the reason why he hath poured upon him, talking about us, the fury of his anger and the strength of battle. And it has set him on fire. Many of us don't believe we're on fire. Many of us don't believe we're afflicted. Many of us don't believe we're in captivity. Many of us don't believe that we got to wait to be saved. It says, and it has set him on fire round about. Yet he knew not, and it burnt him. Yet he laid it not to heart. Ain't nobody laying it to heart that this is Yahweh doing. They keep on pointing the finger at the belt. They keep pointing the finger at the heathen. This is Yahweh's doing.
Yes.
Wait on him.
Yes.
Very wisely spoken, bro. Nariah.
Praise.
Wow.
Is there any other comments or questions?
I can come back one more time. This is Elder Renea. What you said about the doors being open for them to bring back, because we have no idea really what, I don't have any idea of what they owe me, what they should have given me, they owed to me, that I never even knew. I mean, as working for a person, but for the state and that sort of thing, in a position when I was a little black girl coming, and there was a white guy who we knew really didn't know much about the public defender work and wasn't even interested, I don't believe. So what I was paid was very little, and I was happy because I was so, ignorant. But if the doors are open and they are bringing to me anything that Yah knows they owe me, that's far, far more exciting than what I ever got or would possibly get unless Yah were making them do just like he has always made them do what they've done, and they are for creative for that day in which those who need to be punished will be punished, because Yah is going to make sure of that. I just praise him, and I can just wait. Praise Yah. I can wait and be happy. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And to answer your question, none of us know what they owed us. And to be fair, based on Yahweh righteousness, they owed us everything. They owed us their life.
Yes. Yes.
Didn't they take your life?
Yep.
Ain't your remembrance gone?
Yes.
But they owe you all of that. That's why the Almighty, and that's why we already got a presentation out dealing with reparation. If you go with that, if your mindset is with that, you have sold yourself cheap, because they took your whole life and they just going to give you a couple $1,000.
Exactly.
Your life is worth more than that. Your life is the gift that Yahweh has given you.
Yes.
So they owe you their life. And it made me, when you were saying that, like I said, I be watching all these slave movies. I've been watching them since I was a little boy. But it put me in the it reminded me of this movie just came out not too long ago called Birth of a Nation.
Oh, I love it.
Have y'all seen that?
I haven't seen it. I remember.
Do you remember the scene? Do you remember the scene where the black girl was on sale, and the master and the brother that was the preacher, they was in the wagon, and he said it sure be a bad thing for you to let that slave go for such a cheap price. And he looked at him like, what do you know about what is cheap? What he said, you keep it up now. You keep it up, you gonna get your ass in trouble. Because he letting you know you don't supposed to have a thought like that.
Right.
You don't supposed to have a thought of what this people owe you.
Nat Turner.
But yes, next 30. But the Almighty let us know we got the thought, and we know exactly what you owed us. Your life and all your forces. Very wisely spoken, sister. Is there any other comments or questions?
I just have a quick one. This is St. Louis. I have a friend who thinks that he's going to be one of these saints. Now, he is as old as I am. How do the saints know that they're going to be one of the saints?
Oh.
Well, one way you know, if you're part of the remnant. You're going to have to be part of the remnant to be a saint. But what will allow us to have longevity of hope in that is found in Daniel the 7th chapter. And let me answer it with Daniel the 7th chapter. I think it's Daniel the 7th chapter, the 25th verse. Let me go there first.
Okay.
This is how that brother could think that he might be one of the saints. And if it ain't him, just like we teach, if it ain't us, we always teach our children, correct?
Yeah.
Continue on. So what we find in Daniel 7, it says, Daniel 7, it tells us in the 26 and 27 verse, and it reads, but the judgment shall sit, and that judgment denotes vengeance of Yahweh. But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion, talking about the enemy, to consume and to destroy it and to the end. And the kingdom and the dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. So here it lets us know, when Yahweh bring forth his vengeance and bring his children back under the covenant of the law, whoever those people are will be known as the people of the saints. The saints are the actual people that followed Yahweh, that proclaimed, that did all that Yahweh said. But the people is normally the children of the saints. It don't say children of the saints here. It says people of the saints of the Most High. So I can't disagree with that brother. He might be alive when Yahweh comes, and he might truly be a people of the saints. I cannot disagree with that man.
I hope he is.
I know I want to be. I want to be one of them.
Right. I know that's right.
So I ain't going to disagree with my brother. I want to be one of them.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hold on. You'd love to hear that.
They Keturah, my wife just said they've been dropping some of y'all, so if they drop you, just call back in. Just call back in.
Okay.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Just one. I know I had my 2 minutes already, but my question is, Elijah, he didn't die. He just was taken. Where is he? He was a man when he was here. Heaven is for angels. I don't believe he became an angel before he got wherever he is. But if angels are in heaven, humans, if they go to a place after this life, it will be a heaven for humans, I believe. So where is Elijah?
I have no idea. I am a very wise man. I will never add to the words or take away from the words of Yahweh. The Almighty allows us to know that he just took Elijah up. That's what it says. Same way it talks about in the book of Genesis, the 5th chapter, dealing with Enoch. It says Enoch walked with Elohim. He just took him, and it says you don't know where he at. It don't tell us where he at. And I heard you make a statement, and I know it's based on teachings, and you said you believe that it's possible that we go to heaven. I cannot show you one verse where Yahweh ever promised his children to go to heaven. He promised the earth, and he promised them that the earth will be inhabited forever. So I don't know what time out of forever the people winded up in heaven. That is Christianity, and we do not inquire.
Yes, you're right.
Great question, though. Great question. Is there any other comments or questions? And or reproof? I mean, rebuttal, because I might be wrong. You might can show me a verse where Yahweh said we're going to heaven and drink milk and honey. I doubt it. That's fantasy. That's the imagination of evil. That is not mercy and truth. Go ahead. I missed that. Go ahead. Say that again.
That's Christianity.
Yes, ma'am. Christianity. That do not denote mercy nor truth.
Maybe they get that from when it says the spirit will return to he who gave it. Maybe they think since he's in heaven, the spirit going to heaven, so they'll be in heaven. I guess I don't know. I don't believe in it either, though.
Yeah, that's a great reach to make what is found in Ecclesiastes 8 to mean, or 12 to mean that with your spirit being in, with your spirit going back to him that gave it, and he dwells in heaven, so will you. Well, it tells us before the spirit went back to Elohim, the soul, the body went where? Back into the ground from which it came, right? So it sounds like you in the ground. It sounds like you still on earth. You just under the earth. The only thing that would dwell among Yahweh in heaven is your spirit. And he the one gave you the spirit, so it's the human body that received the spirit. So the human body wind up going back into the ground from which it came. Yahweh already told us that way back in Genesis 3. He already told us where we're going to be at once we die. He already told us that in the ground.
Back to the earth.
Yahweh is dealing with the living, for he is the Elohim of the living, and he said his children will dwell in the land of the living. He's dealing with the earth and the living, not the dead in heavens. He's not dealing with the dead in the heavens. He's dealing with the living in the earth.
Yes, he is.
All those other rumors and theories and narratives come by way of Christianity, by way of your so-called Jewish people and all that. That's where all that mess coming from. That's not in our book.
No, it's not. Nope.
All right, this is Brother Zechariah from Chicago. That was an excellent lesson, Brother Samuel.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying, confirming, I guess, what I was reading. But I have get your inquiry or your opinion on where was Samuel, where did he appear from when a witch called him up?
Say that, where was Samuel what?
Where did he appear from when a witch from Andor called him from the grave?
He was in the ground.
When I read that, right, so it was like, is like his soul or his, what was that, his soul or his ghost, would you say, that came up and spoke? So
yes,
by way of enchantment,
by way of sorcery, by way of, you know what I'm saying? This was done by some evil stuff. Don't forget, he went and got an evil person to do this. And when the evil person brought up who he was asking, the evil person is even scared. Like, hold the heck on, you got to be somebody else. Do y'all know who you just had me call up? This man is known for killing people like me. He's known for killing people like me. You deceive me. Why you got me doing this, that, and another? So I just wanted to point that out. But the direction of the man is in the ground. And Samuel was a faithful prophet. He ain't found in heaven. He wasn't found in heaven. She didn't call up to heaven and talk to Samuel. She talked to Samuel in the ground.
Hey. Yes, he did. Pulled him up. But I guess what I don't want to read in or read out or add or give away, add or take away, but it appears that his soul was somewhere. But we ain't supposed to mess with it.
It's in the ground. It's in the ground. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with teaching that Samuel's soul was in the ground. Not when the Almighty told Adam exactly where man was going to go. He the father of man. He letting the father of man know where all the men going. So what's wrong with that?
Hallelujah.
It's great to have the knowledge of the holy. What did you say, brother? Sorry about that.
I said, what's returning then? So I just want to get all my wires crossed, because Christianity be built into us for so long, and then when we try and go through the process, it's like those things pop up, like just like my elder had just spoke about. Them things they rise up in us. So it's like you might be trying to see something that ain't quite there, but clear. Okay, the soul going up. But the soul going into the earth too.
The soul ain't never go up in the earth. Who said the soul going up?
It says it returns. It's return. So we all figure, we all know that his throne is in heaven.
Now the spirit, to say the spirit returned to Elohim that gave it. The soul, the body goes back to the ground from which it came. You came out of the ground.
Life. Hallelujah, that spirit. That's
right now, every man got 16 nutrients, ingredients in their body that the ground has. Right now, every man.
Right. Hallelujah.
And it's a proof that you come by way of that ground.
That's it. That spirit, that's the ruach, that's that breath.
Yes, that's the breath. That's the spirit. He made Adam, but Adam became a living soul when he put that ruach in him. That breath. Then he became a living soul. But
thank you.
Back to the Christianity, back to the imaginations of the wicked. We must, and I done said it many times, I might not have said it enough, we need to quit inquiring of the New Testament and any other testament, and we need to regurgitate all that we have taught. If you truly love Yahweh, if you truly fear him, if you truly confess of depart from evil, then you must regurgitate all that evil you have taught. Get it out of you right now. Go back in your book, start from Genesis 1, and get the reading.
Yes. All right. Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, it's going to stagnate your learning, because you're going to keep being a dog, returning to that which you supposed to regurgitate it, as it reads in Ecclesiastes. Regurgitate it up and don't ever return back to it.
Wow.
Throw it up. Don't be scared. Fear Yahweh. Get rid of that mess.
Yes. Hallelujah.
Thank you, Brother Sam, for clearing that up.
You're more than welcome, my dear brother.
Real talk. Put me down for me. Thank
you. Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, it is about 9:30 my time. I truly appreciate each and every one of you for lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We'll go ahead and end this great presentation, which was called Vengeance Belongs to Yahweh. Allow our brother Benaniah to bring it out, and that way you can listen to it again, because you need to listen to these presentations over and over again. You just asked a valid question about what you're learning today compared to the Christianity that might pop up. Well, get rid of it. Get rid of the Christianity. Get into your holy scriptures. Go over these lessons over and over again. I'm the one hosting it. I'm the one bringing forth, and I listen to them almost every day. I'm listening to myself. So if I got to do that, ain't nowhere in the world you learning this in one presentation. I don't care who you is. You ain't learning this in one presentation. You're going to have to read this over and over. You got to seek him. You got to seek him like a hidden treasure.
Yes, yes.
You got to put all that work in to get this.
Yep, hidden treasure. Great shot.
So start off by regurgitating what you have been taught and start from the beginning of this book. And seek your maker, and he will be found of you. Saying all that, I almost got started on something else. We will close with Psalms 7. Let us all please turn to Psalms 7 in closing. And it reads in Psalm 7 these great words. Yahweh, our Elohim, in thee do we put our trust. And note, when I read this psalm, the last psalm, I always read it for us. Where it's talk about, where it speak in singular, I make it plural. And I hope I'm not doing it in vain. I hope that y'all truly believe these words. It says again, Yahweh our Elohim, in thee do we put our trust. Save us from all them that prosecute us, and deliver us, lest the enemy tear our souls like a lion, rendering it in pieces while there is none to deliver. Yahweh, our Elohim, if we have done this, if there be iniquity in our hands, if we have rewarded evil unto him that was at peace with us, yea, we have delivered him that without cause is our enemy. Let the enemy prosecute our soul and take it. Yeah, let him trend down our life upon the earth and lay our honor in the dust. Selah. Arise, Yahweh, in thy anger, lift up thyself because of the rage of our enemies, and await for us to the judgment that thou hast commanded. So shall the congregation of the people compass thee about. For their sake, therefore return thy on high. Yahweh shall judge the people. Judge us, Yahweh, according to our righteousness and according to our integrity that is in us. Oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end, and it will. But establish the just, for the righteous Elohim trieth the hearts in ruins. Our defense is our Elohim, which saves the upright in heart. Yahweh judges the righteous, and Yahweh is angry with the wicked every day. Thus vengeance belongs unto Yahweh. If he turn not, he will whip his sword. He hath bent his bow and made it ready. He hath also prepared for him the instruments of death. He ordained his arrows against the prosecutors. Vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Behold, he travels with iniquity and has conceived mischief and brought forth falsehood. He made a pit and digged it and is fallen into the ditch which he made. Talking about our oppressors. His mischief shall return upon his own head, and his violent dealings, all the segregation and racism shall come upon his own plate. We will praise Yahweh according to his righteousness, and will sing praise to the name of Yahweh Most High. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom, family. Have a good night.
Shalom, Israel. Shalom, Israel.
Praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
Long.